Vaisampayana said, having listened to these words of his spies, King Duryodhana reflected inwardly for some time, and then addressed his courtiers, saying, "It is difficult to ascertain the course of events definitely. Discern ye all, therefore, whither the sons of Pandu have gone. Of this 13th year, which they are to pass undiscovered by us all, the greater part have already expired. What remains is by much the smaller. If, indeed, the sons of Pandu can pass undiscovered what remains of this year, devoted to the vow of truth as they are, they will then have fulfilled their pledge. They will then return like mighty elephants with temporal juice trickling down, or like snakes of virulent poison, filled with wrath. They will, without doubt, be inflictors of terrible chastisement on the Kurus. It behoveth ye, therefore, to make such efforts without loss of time as may induce the sons of Pandu, acquainted as they are with the proprieties of time, and staying as they now are in painful disguise, to enter the woods, suppressing their rage. Indeed, adopt ye such means as may remove all causes of quarrel and anxiety from the kingdom, making it tranquil and powerless and incapable of sustaining a diminution of territory." Hearing these words of Duryodhana, Karna said, "Let other spies abler and more cunning, and capable of accomplishing their object, quickly go hence. Let them, well disguised, wander through swelling kingdoms and populous provinces, bring into assemblies of the learned and delightful retreats of provinces, in the inner apartments of palaces, in shrines and holy spots, in means, and in diverse other regions. The sons of Pandu should be searched after with well-directed eagerness. Let the sons of Pandu who are living in disguise be searched after by well-skilled spies in large numbers, devoted to their work, themselves well disguised, and are well acquainted with the objects of their search. Let the search be made on the banks of rivers, in whole regions, in villages and towns, in retreats of ascetics, in delightful mountains and mountain caves." When Karna ceased, Duryodhana, second brother Dusasana, wedded to a sinful disposition, then addressed his eldest brother and said, "Let those spies on in whom we have confidence, receiving their rewards in advance, once more go after the search. These and what else have been said by Karna have our fullest approval. Let all the spies engage themselves in the search according to the directions already given. Let these and others engage in the search from province to province according to approved rules. It is my belief, however, that the track the Pandavas had followed or their present abode or occupation will not be discovered. Perhaps they are closely concealed. Perhaps they have gone to the other side of the ocean, or perhaps, proud as they are of their strength and courage, they have been devoured by wild beasts, or perhaps, having been overtaken by some unusual danger, they have perished for eternity. Therefore, dispelling all anxieties from thy heart, achieve what thou wilt, always acting according to thy energy. Endowed with might energy and possessed of great discernment, Drona then said, "Persons like the sons of Pandu never perish, nor undergo discomfiture, brave and skilled in every science, intelligent and with senses under control, virtuous and grateful, and obedient to the virtuous Yudhishthira, ever following in the wake of their eldest brother, who is conversant with the conclusions of policy and virtue and property, who is attached to them as a father, and who strictly adhereth to virtue and is firm in truth. Persons like them that are thus devoted to their illustrious and royal brother, who gifted with great intelligence, never injureth anybody, and who in his turn himself obeyeth his younger brothers, never perish in this way. Why, then, should not the son of Pritha, possessing a knowledge of policy, be able to restore the prosperity of his brothers, who are obedient and devoted and high-souled? It is for this that they are careful, waiting for the arrival of their opportunity. Men such as these never perish. This is what I see by my intellect. Do, therefore, quickly and without loss of time, what should now be done, after proper reflection, and let the abode which the sons of Pandu, with souls under control, as regards every purpose of life, are to occupy, be now settled. Heroic and sinless and possessed of ascetic merit, the Pandavas are difficult to be discovered. Intelligent and possessed of every virtue, devoted to truth, and versed in the principles of policy, endowed with purity and holiness, and the embodiment of immeasurable energy, the son of Pritha is capable of consuming by a glance alone of his eyes. Knowing all this, do what is proper. Let us, therefore, once more search after them, sending Brahmanas and Haranas, ascetics crowned with success, in order of this kind, who may have a knowledge of those heroes. Then that grandsire of the Biharatas, Bhishma, the son of Santanu, conversant with the Vedas, acquainted with the proprieties of time and place, and possessing a knowledge of every duty of morality, after the conclusion of Drona's speech, applauded the words of the preceptor, and spake unto the Biharatas for their benefit. This was consistent with virtue, expressive of his attachment to the virtuous Yudhishthira, hardly spoken by men that are dishonest, and always meeting with the approbation of the honest. And the words that Bhishma spake were thoroughly impartial and worshipped by the wise, and the grandsire of the Kurus said, the words that the regenerate Drona, acquainted with the truth of every affair, have uttered, are approved by me. I have no hesitation in saying so, and with every auspicious mark, observant of virtuous vows, possessed of Vedic glory, devoted to religion's observances, conversant with various sciences, obedient to the counsels of the aged, adhering to the vow of truth, acquainted with the proprieties of time, observant of the pledge they have given, poor in their behavior, ever adhering to the duties of the Kshatriya order, always obedient to Kesava, high-souled, possessed of great strength, and ever bearing the burdens of the wise. Those heroic ones can never wither under misfortune, aided by their own energy, sons of Pandu, who are now leading a life of concealment in obedience to virtue, will surely never perish. It is even this that my mind surmiseth. Therefore, I am for employing the aid of honest counsel in our behavior towards the sons of Pandu. It would not be the policy of any wise man to cause them to be discovered now by means of spies. What we shall do unto the sons of Pandu, I shall say, reflecting with the aid of the intellect. Know that I shall say nothing from ill will to thee. People like me should never give such counsels to him that is dishonest, for all counsels should be offered unto them that are honest. counsels, however, that are evil, should under no circumstances be offered. He that is devoted to truth and obedient to the aged, he indeed that is wise, while speaking in the midst of an assembly, should under all circumstances speak the truth, if the acquisition of virtue be an object with him. I should say that I think differently from all those people here, in respect of the abode of Yudhishthira, the just, in this the 13th year of his exile. The ruler of the city or the province where King Yudhishthira resides cannot have any misfortune. Charitably and liberal and humbly and modest must the people be of the country where King Yudhishthira resides, agreeably in speech, with passions under control, observant of truth, cheerful, health, poor in conduct, and skillful in work, must the people be of the country where King Yudhishthira resides. The people of the place where Yudhishthira is cannot be envious or malicious or vain or proud, must all adhere to their respective duties. Indeed, in the place where Yudhishthira resides, kings will be chanted all around, sacrifices will be performed, the lustful libations will always be poured, and gifts to Brahmanas will always be in profusion. There the clouds, without doubt, pour abundant rain, and furnished with good harvest, the country will ever be without fear. There the paddy will not be without grain, fruits will not be bereft of juice, floral garlands will not be without fragrance, and the conversation of men will always be full of agreeable words. There where King Yudhishthira resides, the breezes will be delicious, the meetings of men will always be friendly, and cause of fear there will be none. Their kind will be plentiful, without any of them being lean-fleshed or weak, and milk and curds and butter will all be savory and nutritious. There where King Yudhishthira resides, every kind of corn will be full of nutrition, and every edible full of flavor. There where King Yudhishthira resides, the objects of all the senses, taste, touch, smell, and hearing, will be endowed with excellent attributes. There where King Yudhishthira resides, the sights and scenes will be gladdening, and the regenerate ones of that place will be virtuous and steady in observing their respective duties. Indeed, in the country where the sons of Pandu may have taken up their abode during this 13th year of their exile, the people will be contented and cheerful, poor in conduct and without misery of any kind, devoted to gods and guests, and the worship of these with their whole soul. They will be found of giving away, and filled with great energy. They will all be observant of eternal virtue. There where King Yudhishthira resides, the people, eschewing all that is evil, will be desirous of achieving only what is good, always observant of sacrifices and pure vows, and hating untruth in speech. The people of the place where King Yudhishthira may reside will always be desirous of obtaining what is good, auspicious, and beneficial. There where Yudhishthira resides, the people will certainly be desirous of achieving what is good, and their hearts will always incline towards virtue, and their vows being agreeably, they themselves are ever engaged in the acquisition of religious merit. That son of Pritha in whom are intelligence and charity, the hikes, tranquility, and undoubted forgiveness, modest, and prosperity, and fame, and great energy, and a love for all creatures is incapable of being found out, even by Brahmanas, let alone ordinary persons. The wise Yudhishthira is living in close disguise in regions whose characteristics I have described. Regarding his excellent mode of life, I dare not to say anything more. Reflecting well upon all these, do without loss of time what thou mayest think to be beneficial, if indeed thou hast any faith in me. Then Saradivata's son, Kripa, said, what the aged Bhishma have said concerning the Pandavas is reasonably suited to the occasion, consistent with virtue and profit, agreeably to the ear, fraught with sound reason, and worthy of him. Listen to what I won't say on this subject. It behoveth thee to ascertain the track they have followed in their abode by means of spies, and to adopt that policy which may bring about thy welfare. He that is solicitous of his welfare should not disregard even an ordinary foe. What shall I say, then, of the Pandavas who are trog masters of all weapons in battle? When, therefore, the time cometh for the reappearance of the high-souled Pandavas, who, having entered the forest, are now passing their days in close disguise, thou shalt ascertain thy strength both in thy own kingdom and in those of other kings. Without doubt, the return of the Pandavas is at hand. When their promised term of exile is over, the illustrious and mighty sons of Pritha, endowed with immeasurable prowess, will come hither bursting with energy. Do thou, therefore, in order to conclude an advantageous treaty with them, have recourse to sound policy, and address thyself to increase thy forces and improve thy treasury. Ascertaining all these, reckon thou thy own strength in respect of all thy allies, weak and strong. Ascertaining the efficiency and weakness and indifference of thy forces, as also who amongst them are well affected and who are disaffected, we should either fight the foe or make treaty with him, having recourse to the arts of conciliation, disunion, chastisement, bravery, presence, and fair behavior. Attack thy foes, and subdue the weak by might, and win over thy allies and troops by soft speeches. When thou hast strengthened thy arm, and filled thy treasury, entire success will be thine. When thou hast done all this, thou wilt be able to fight with powerful enemies that may present themselves, let alone the sons of Pandu deficient in troops and animals of their own. By adopting all these expedients according to the customs of thy order, thou wilt attain enduring happiness in due time. Discomfited before, may a time and oft by Matsya Sutta, ki Khaka, aided by the Matsyas and the Salias, the might king of the Trigartas, Susarman, who owned innumerable cars, regarding the opportunity to be favorably on. Then he spoke the following words without losing a moment, and possibly vanquished along with his relatives by the might Kikaka, King Susarman, eyeing Karna in askance, spoke these words unto Duryodhana. My kingdom hath many a time been forcibly invaded by the king of the Matsyas. The mighty Kikaka was that king generalissimo, crooked and wrathful and of wicked soul, of prowess famed over all the world, sinful in deeds and highly cruel, that wretch however, have been slain by the Gandharvas. Haka, being dead, King Virata, shorn of pride and his refuge gone, will, I imagine, lose our courage. I think we ought now to invade that kingdom, if it pleases thee, as also the illustrious Karna and all the Kauravas. The accident that hath happened is, I imagine, a favorable one for us. Let us, therefore, repair to Virata kingdom, abounding in corn. We will appropriate his gems and other wealth of diverse kinds. Let us go to share with each other as regards his villages and kingdom, or invading his city by force. Let us carry off by thousands his excellent kind of various species, uniting the forces of the Kauravas and the Trigartas. Let us lift his cattle in droves, or uniting our forces well, we will check his power by forcing him to sue for peace, or destroying his entire host. We will bring Matisia under subjection. Having brought him under subjection by just means, we will live in our kingdom happily, while thy power also will, without doubt, be enhanced. Hearing these words of Susarman, Karna addressed the king, saying, Susarman hath spoken well. The opportunity is favorable and promises to be profitable to us. Therefore, if it pleases thee, let us, drawing up our forces in battle array and marshalling them in divisions, speedily set out. Or let the expedition be managed as Saradivata's son, Kripa, the preceptor Drona, and the wise and aged grandsire of the Kurus may think. Consulting with each other, let us speedily set out to attain our end. What business have we with the sons of Pandu, destitute as they are of wealth, might, and prowess? They have either disappeared for good or have gone to the abode of Yama. We will repair without anxiety to Virata city and plunder his cattle and other wealth of diverse kinds. Accepting these words of Karna, the son of Surya, King Duryodhana speedily commanded his brother Dusasana, born immediately after him and always obedient to his wishes, saying, consulting with the elders, arise without delay or forces. We will, with all the Kauravas, go to the appointed place. Let also the mighty warrior King Susarman, accompanied by sufficient force with vehicles and animals, set out with the Trigartas for the dominions of Matisias. And let Susarman proceed first, carefully concealing his intention. Following in their wake, we will set out the day after in close array for the prosperous dominions of King Matisia. Let the Trigartas, however, suddenly repair to the seat of Virata, and coming upon the cohorts, seize that immense wealth. We also, marching in two divisions, will seize thousands of excellent kind, furnished with auspicious marks. Then those warriors, the Trigartas, accompanied by their infantry of terrible prowess, marched towards the southeastern direction, intending to wage hostilities with Virata from the desire of seizing his kind. And Susarman set out on the 7th day of the dark fortnight for seizing the kind, and then on the 8th day following of the dark fortnight, the Kauravas, accompanied by all their troops, began to seize the kind by thousands, entering into King Virata's service, and dwelling in disguise in his excellent city. The high-souled Pandavas of immeasurable prowess completed the promised period of non-discovery, and after Kikaka had been slain, that slayer of hostile heroes, the mighty King Virata began to hatch his hopes on the sons of Kunti, and it was on the expiry of the 13th year of their exile that Susarman said Virata cattle by thousands, and when the cattle had been seized, the highest men of Virata came with great speed to the city and saw his sovereignty. The king of Maticias, seated on the throne in the midst of wise councillors, and those bulls among men, the sons of Pandu, and surrounded by brave warriors decked with earrings and bracelets. And appearing before that enhancer of his dominion, King Virata, seated in court, the herdsmen bowed down unto him and addressed him, saying, defeating and humiliating us impotently along with our friends, the Trigartas, are seizing thy cattle by hundreds and by thousands. Do thou, therefore, speedily rescue them. See that they are not lost to thee. Hearing these words, the king arrived for battle the Matisia force, abounding in cars and elephants, and horses and infantry and standards. And kings and princes speedily put on, each in its proper place, their shining and beautiful armor, worthy of being worn by heroes. And Virata beloved brother, Satanika, put on a coat of mail, made of adamantine steel, adorned with burnished gold. And Madihakishiya, next in birth to Satanika, put on a strong coat of mail, plated with gold, and capable of resisting every weapon. And the coat of mail that the king himself of the Maticias put on was invulnerable and decked with 100 suns, 100 circles, 100 spots, and 100 eyes. And the coat of mail that Suryadatta put on was bright as the sun, plated with gold, and broad as 100 lotuses of the fragrant species. And the coat of mail that Virata El's son, the heroic Sankisha, put on was impenetrable and made of burnished steel, and decked with 100 eyes of gold. And it was thus that those godlike and mighty warriors by hundreds, furnished with weapons, and eager for battle, each donned his corselet, and then they yoked unto their excellent cars of white steeds, equipped in mail, and then was hoisted Matisia, glorious standard, on his excellent car, decked with gold, and resembling the sun or the moon in its effulgence. And other Kishatriya warriors raised on their respective cars, gold-decked, standards of various shapes and devices. And King Matisia then addressed his brother Satanika, born immediately after him, saying, Kanka and Valava and Tantripala and Damagrantihi of great energy will, as it appears to me, fight without doubt. Give thou unto them cars furnished with banners, and let them case their persons in beautiful coats of mail, that should be both invulnerable and easy to wear, and let them have weapons, bearing such martial forms, and possessed of arms resembling the trunk of mighty elephants. I can never persuade myself that they cannot fight. Hearing these words of the king, Satanika immediately ordered cars for those sons of Pritiha, the royal Yudhishthira, and Bhima, and Nakula, and Sahadeva, and commanded by the king, the charioteers with cheerful hearts, and keeping loyalty in view, very soon got cars ready, and those repressors of foes then donned those beautiful coats of mail, invulnerable and easy to wear, that Virata had ordered for those heroes of spotless fame, and mounted on cars yoked with good steeds, those smithers of hostile ranks, those foremost of men, the sons of Pritha, set out with cheerful hearts. Indeed, those mighty warriors skilled in fight, those bulls of the Kuru race, and sons of Pandu, those four heroic brothers possessed of prowess incapable of being baffled, mounting on cars decked with gold, together set out, following Virata wake. And infuriate elephants of terrible mien, full 60 years of age, with shapely tusks, and rent temples, and juice trickling down, and looking like cloud pouring rain, and mounted but trained warriors, skilled in fight, followed the king like unto moving hills, and the principal warriors of Matisia, who cheerful followed the king, had 8,000 cars, 1,000 elephants, and 60,000 horses, and that force of Virata, as it marched forth, marking the footprints of the cattle, looked exceedingly beautiful, and on its march that foremost of armies, owned by Virata, clothed with soldiers, armed with strong weapons, and abounding in elephants, horses, and cars, looked really splendid. Marching out of the city, those heroic smithers, the Maticias, arrived in order of battle, overtook the Trigartas when the sun had passed the meridian, and both excited to fury, and both desirous of having the king, the mighty Trigartas and the Maticias, irrepressibly in battle, sent up loud roars, and then the terrible and infuriated elephants, ridden over by the skillful combatants of the both sides, were urged on with spiked clubs and hooks. And the encounter that took place when the sun was low in the horizon, between the infantry and cavalry, and chariots, and elephants of both parties, was like unto that of old between the gods and the Asuras, terribly and fierce, and sufficient for making on her stand on end, and calculated to increase the population of Yama kingdom. And as the combatants rushed against one another, smithing and slashing, thick clouds of dust began to rise, so that nothing could be discovered. And covered with the dust raised by the contending armies, birds began to drop down on the earth, and the sun himself disappeared behind the thick cloud of arrows shot, and the firmament looked bright as if with myriads of the fireflies, and shifting their bows, the staves of which were decked with gold, from one hand to another, those heroes began to strike each other down, discharging their arrows right and left, and cars encountered cars, and foot soldiers fought with foot soldiers, and horsemen with horsemen, and elephants with mighty elephants. And they furiously encountered one another with swords and axes, bearded darts and javelins and arrow clubs, and although those mighty armed warriors furiously assailed one another in that conflict, yet neither part succeeded in prevailing over the other, and severed heads, some with beautiful noses, some with upper lips deeply gashed, some decked with earrings, and some divided with wounds about the well-trimmed hair, were seen rolling on the ground covered with dust. And soon the field of battle was overspread with the limbs of Kshatriya warriors, cut off by means of arrows, and lying like trunks of sala trees, and scattered over with heads decked in earrings, and sandal besmeared arms, looking like the bodies of snakes. The field of battle became exceedingly beautiful, and as cars encountered cars, and horsemen encountered horsemen, and foot soldiers fought with foot soldiers, and elephants meet with elephants, the frightful dust soon became drenched with torrents of blood. And some amongst the combatants began to swan away, and the warriors began to fight heckless of consideration of humanity, friendship and relationship, in both their course and sight obstructed by the arrowy shower. Vultures began to alight on the ground. Although those strong-armed combatants furiously fought with one another, yet the heroes of neither part succeeded in halting their antagonist, and Satyanika, having slain 400 of the enemy, and Visalakisha full 400, both those mighty warriors penetrated into the heart of the great Trigarta host, and having entered into the thick of the Trigarta host, those famous and mighty heroes began to deprive their antagonists of their senses by causing a closer conflict to set in, a conflict in which the combatants seized one another by the hair and tore one another with their nails, and eyeing the point where the cast of the Trigartas had been mustered in strong numbers, those heroes at last directed their attack towards it. And that foremost of Ka warrior, King Virata, with Suryadatta in his van, and Madihakisha in his rear, having destroyed in that conflict 500 cars, 800 horses, and 5 warriors on great cars, displayed various skillful manoeuvres on his car on that field of battle. And at last the king came upon the ruler of the Trigartas, mounted on a golden chariot, and those high-souled and powerful warriors, desirous of fighting, rushed roaring against each other like 2 bulls in a cow pen. Then that bull among men, irrepressibly impately, Susarman, the king of the Trigartas, challenged Matisia to a single combat on car. Then those warriors, excited to fury, rushed against each other on their cars, and began to shower their arrows upon each other like clouds pouring torrents of rain. And enraged with each other, those fierce warriors, both skilled in weapons, both wielding swords and darts and maces, then moved about, assailing each other with whetted arrows. Then King Virata pierced Susarman with 10 shafts, and each of his 4 horses also with 5 shafts. And Susarman, irresistibly impatently, and conversant with fatal weapons, pierced King of Matisia with 50 whetted shafts. And then, in consequence of the dust on the field of battle, the soldiers of both Susarman and Matisia king could not distinguish one another. Then, when the world was enveloped in dust and the gloom of night, the warriors of both sides, without breaking the order of battle, desisted for a while, and then, dispelling the darkness, the moon arose, illumining the night and gladdening the hearts of the Kshatriya warriors. And when everything became visible, the battle once more began, and it raged on so furiously that the combatants could not distinguish one another. And then Trigarta Lord Susarman, with his younger brother, and accompanied by all his cars, rushed towards the king of Matisia, and, descending from their cars, those bulls among his Kshatriyas, the brothers, mace in hand, rushed furiously towards the cars of the foe, and the hostile hosts fiercely assailed each other with maces and swords and scimitars, battle axes and bearded darts with keen edges and points of excellent temper. And King Susarman, the lord of the Trigartas, having by his energy oppressed and defeated the whole arm of the Matisias, impetuously rushed towards Virata himself, and with great energy. And the 2 brothers, having severally slain Virata, 2 steeds, and his chariot, as also those soldiers that protected his rear, took him captive alive, when deprived of his car, then afflicting him sorely, like a lustful man afflicting a defenseless damsel. So Saruman placed Virata on his own car and speedily hushed out of the field. And when the powerful Virata, deprived of his car, was taken captive, the Maticias, harassed solely by the Trigartas, began to flee in fear in all directions, and beholding them panic-stricken, Kunti's son, Yudhishthira, addressed that subduer of foes, the might-armed Bhima, saying, "The king of the Maticias hath been taken by the Trigartas. Do thou rescue him, so that he may not fall under the power of the enemy. As we have lived happily in Virata's seat, having every desire of ours gratified, it behoveth thee to discharge that debt." Bhima replied, "I will liberate him at thy command. Mark the feat I achieve in battling with the foe, relying solely on the might of my arms. Do thou stay aside along with our brothers and witness my prowess today. Uprooting this mighty tree of hook trunk, looking like a mace, I will root the enemy." Beholding Bhima casting his eyes on that tree like a mad elephant, the heroic king Yudhishthira, the just, spake unto his brother, saying, "Do not commit such a harsh act. Let the tree stand there. Thou must not achieve such feats in a superhuman manner by means of that tree, for if thou dost, the people will recognize thee and say, 'This is Bhima.' Take thou, therefore, some human weapon, such as a bow, or a dart, or a sword, or a battle axe, and taking therefore some weapon that is human, liberate thou the king without giving anybody the means of knowing thee truly. The twins, endowed with great strength, will defend thy wells. Fighting together, liberate the king of the Maticias." Thus addressed, the mighty Bhima, endowed with great speed, quickly took up an excellent bow and impetuously shot from it a shower of arrows, thick as the downpour of a rain-charged cloud. And Bhima then rushed furiously towards Saruman of terrible deeds, and assuring Virata with the words, "O good king, say it unto the lord of the Trigartas, stay, stay." Saying Bhima like unto Yama himself in his ear, saying, "Stay, stay, do thou witness this mighty feat, this combat that is at hand." The bull among warriors, Saruman, seriously considered, and taking up his bow turned back, along with his brothers, within the twinkling of an eye. Bhima destroyed those cars that sought to oppose him, and soon again hundreds of thousands of cars and elephants and horses and horsemen and brave and fierce bowmen were overthrown by Bhima in the very sight of Virata. And the hostile infantry began to be slaughtered by the illustrious Bhima, mace in hand, and beholding that terribly onslaught, Saruman, irrepressibly in fight, thought within himself, "My brother seems to have already succumbed in the midst of his mighty host. Is my arm going to be annihilated?" And drawing his bowstring to his ear, Saruman then turned back and began to shoot keen-edged shafts incessantly. And seeing the Pandavas return to the charge on their car, the Matician warriors of mighty host, urging on their steeds, shot excellent weapons for guiding the Trigartas soldiers. And Virata's son, exceedingly exasperated, began to perform prodigious feats of valor, and Kunti's son, Yudhishthira, slew 1,000, and Bhima showed the abode of Yama unto 7,000, and Nakula sent 700, by means of his shafts, and powerful Sahadeva, commanded by Yudhishthira, slew 300 brave warriors, and having slain such numbers, that fierce and mighty warrior Yudhishthira, with weapons upraised, rushed against Susarman, and rushing impetuously at Susarman, that foremost of warriors, King Yudhishthira assailed him with volleys of shafts. And Susarman, in great rage, quickly pierced Yudhishthira with 9 arrows, and each of his 4 steeds with 4 arrows. Then Kunti's son, Bhima, of quick movements, approaching Susarman, crushed his steeds, and having slain those soldiers that protected his rear, he dragged from the car his antagonist Sharyota to the ground, and seeing the king of Trigarta car without a driver, the defender of his caravels, the famous and brave Madihakya, speedily came to his aid, and there, leaping down from Susarman car and securing the ladder, the powerful Virata ran in pursuit of him. And talk old, he moved on the field, mace in hand, even like a loosed youth. And beholding Susarman flee, Bhima addressed him, saying, Desist, this flight of thine is not proper. With this prowess of thine, how couldst thou wish to carry off the cattle by force? How, forsaking thy follower, dost thou drop so ami's foes? Thus addressed by Pritha's son, the mighty Susarman, that lord of countless cars, saying unto Bhima, Stay, stay. Suddenly turned round and rushed at him. Then Bhima, the son of Pandu, leaping down from his car, as he alone could do, rushed forward with great coolness, desirous of taking Susarman's life, and desirous of seizing Trigarta king, advancing towards him. The mighty Bhimasena rushed impetuously towards him, even like a lion rushing at a small deer. And, advancing impetuously, the might-armed Bhima seized Susarman by the hair, and lifting him up in wrath, dashed him down on the ground. And as he lay crying in agony, the might-armed Bhima kicked him at the head, and placing his knee on his breast, dealt him severe blows, and sorely afflicted with that kicking, the king of Trigartas became senseless, and when the king of the Trigartas, deprived of his car, had been seized thus, the whole Trigarta arm, stricken with panic, broke and fled in all directions, and the mighty sons of Pandu ended with modest and observant of vows, and relying on the might of their own arms, after having vanquished Susarman, and rescued the Kine as well as other kinds of unwealth, and having thus dispelled Virata angst, stood together before that monarch. And Bhimasena then said, This wretch given to wicked deeds doth not deserve to escape me with life. What can I do? The king is so lenient. And then taking Susarman by the neck, as he was lying on the ground insensibly and covered with dust, and binding him fast, Pritha's son, Vrikodara, placed him on his car, and went to where Yudhishthira was staying, in the midst of the field. And Bhima then showed Susarman unto the monarch, and beholding Susarman in that plight, that tiger among men, King Yudhishthira, smiling addressed Bhima, that ornament of battle, saying, Let this worst of men be set free. Thus addressed, Bhima spoke unto the mighty Susarman, saying, If thou wishest to live, listen to those words of mine. Thou must say in every court and assembly of men, I am a slave. On this condition only I will grant thee thy life. Verily, this is the law about the vanquished. Thereupon his elder brother affectionately addressed Bhima, saying, If thou regardest us as an authority, liberate this wicked. He hath already become King Virata's slave, and turning then to Susarman, he said, "Thou art freed. Go thou a free man, and never act again in this way." Thus addressed by Yudhishthira, Susarman was overwhelmed with shame and hung down his head, and liberated he went to King Virata, and having saluted the monarch, took his departure, and the Pandavas, relying on the might of their own arms, and endowed with modesty and observance of vows, having slain their enemies and liberated Susarman, passed that night happily on the field of battle, and Virata gratified those mighty warriors, the sons of Kunti, possessed of superhuman prowess, with wealth and honors. And Virata said, "All these gems of mine are now as much mine as yours. Do ye according to your pleasure live here happily. And ye is meter of foes in battle, I will bestow on you damsels, decked with ornaments, wealth in plenty, and other things that ye may like. Delivered from perils, today by your prowess, I am now crowned with victory. Do ye all become the lords of the Mathesias?" And when the king of the Mathesias had addressed them thus, those descendants of the Kurus, with Yudhishthira at their head, joining their hands, severally replied unto him, saying, "We are well pleased with all that thou sayest. We, however, have been much gratified that thou hast today been freed from thy foes." Thus answered that foremost of kings, Virata, the lord of the Mathesias, again addressed Yudhishthira, saying, "Come, we will install thee in sovereignty of the Mathesias, and we will bestow on thee things that are hard on earth, and are objects of desire, for thou deservest everything at our hands. Foremost of Brahmanas of the Vyagra order, I will bestow on thee gems and kine, and gold, and rubies, and pearls. Above unto thee. It is owing to thee that I once more behold today my sons and kingdom. Afflicted and threatened as I had been with disaster and danger, it is through thy prowess that I have not succumbed to the foe." Then Yudhishthira again addressed the Mathesias, saying, "Well pleased are we with the delightful words that thou hast spoken. Mayest thou be ever happy, always practicing humanity towards all creatures. Let messengers now, at thy command, speedily repair into the city in order to communicate the glad tidings to our friends and proclaim thy victory." Hearing these words of him, King Matsya ordered the messengers, saying, "Do ye repair to the city and proclaim my victory in battle, and let damsels and courtesans, decked in ornaments, come out of the city with every kind of musical instruments." Hearing this command uttered by the king of Mathesias, the men, laying the mandate on their head, all departed with cheerful hearts, and having repaired to the city that very night, they proclaimed at the hour of sunrise the victory of the king about the city gates. When the king of the Mathesias, anxious of recovering the kine, had set out in pursuit of the Trigartas, Duryodhana, with his counsellors, invaded the dominions of Virata, and Bhisma, and Drona, and Karna, and Kripa, acquainted with the best of weapons, as Vatihaman, and Suvalason, and Dusasana, and Vivingisati, and Vikarna, and Hitrasena, endued with great energy, and Durmukhiha, and Dusaha. These and many other great warriors, coming upon the Mathesian dominion, speedily drove off the cohorts of King Virata, and forcibly took away the kine. and the Kauravas, surrounding all sides with a multitude of cars, sized 60,000 of kine, and loud was the yell of war set up by the cohorts smitten by those warriors in that terrible conflict. And the chief of the cohorts, greatly affrighted, speedily mounted on a chariot and set out for the city, bewailing in affliction. And entering the seat of the king, he proceeded to the palace, and speedily alighting from the chariot, got in for helating. And beholding the proud son of Matisia, named Bihuminjaya, he told him everything about the savagery of the royal kine. And he said, the Kauravas are taking away 60,000 kine. Rise, therefore, for bringing back thy cattle. If thou art desirous of achieving good, set out thyself without loss of time. Indeed, the king of the Matisias left thee in the impede city. The king boasteth of thee in court, saying, my son equal unto me is a hero and is the supporter of my race. My son is a warrior skilled in arrows and weapons, and is always possessed of great courage. Let the words of that Lord of men be true. Bring thou back the kine after vanquishing the Kurus, and consume thou their troops with terrific energy of thy arrows. Do thou like a leader of elephants, pushing at the head, pierce the ranks of the foe with strange arrows of golden wings, discharged from thy bow. Thy bow is even like a vina. Its two ends represent the ivory pillows, its string the main shot, its staff the fingerboard, and the arrows shot from it, musical notes. Do thou strike in the midst of the foe that vina of musical sound. Let thy steeds of silvery hue be yoked unto thy car, and let thy standard be hoisted, bearing the emblem of the golden lion. Let thy keen-edged arrows, endued with wings of gold, shot by thy strong arms, obstruct the path of those kings, and eclipse the very sun, vanquishing all the Kurus impatiently, like unto the elder of the thunderbolt, defeating the Asuras. Return thou again to the seat, having achieved great renown. Son of Matisia king, thou art the sole refuge of this kingdom, as that foremost of virtuous warriors. Arjuna is of the sons of Pandu, even like Arjuna of his brothers. Thou art without doubt the refuge of those dwelling within these dominions. Indeed, we, the subjects of this realm, have our protector in thee. Thus addressed by the cohort in the presence of the females, in words breathing courage, the prince indulging in self-commendation within the female apartments, spoke these words. Uttara said, firm as I am in the use of the bow, I won't set out this very day in the track of the kine. If on someone skilled in the management of horses becomes my charioteer, I do not, however, know the men who may be my charioteer. Look ye, therefore, without delay, for a charioteer for me that I am prepared for starting. My own charioteer was slain in the great battle that was fought from day to day for a whole month, or at least for 28 nights. As soon as I get another person conversant with the management of the steeds, I will immediately set out, hoisting high my own standard, penetrating into the midst of the hostile arm, abounding with elephants and horses and chariots. I will bring back the kine, having vanquished the Kurus, who are feebly in strength and weak in weapons, like a second elder of the thunderbolt, terrifying the Danavas. I will bring back the kind this very moment, affrighting in Batley, Duryodhana, and Bhisma, and Karna, and Kripa, and Drona, with his son, and other mighty bowmen assembled for fight. Finding none, the Kurus are taking away the kind. What can I do when I am not there? The assembled Kurus shall witness my prowess today, and they shall say unto one another, is it Arjuna himself who is opposing us? Having heard these words spoken by the prince, Arjuna, full acquainted with the import of everything, after a little while, cheerfully spake in private unto his dear wife of faultless beauty, Krishna, the prince of Panchala, Drupada doctor of Slan make, is sprung from the fire and endowed with the virtues of truthfulness and honest and ever attentive to the good of her husband. And the hero said, do thou at my request say unto Uttara without delay. This Vrihanala was formerly the accomplished resolute charioteer of Pandu's son, tried in many a great battle, even he will be thy charioteer. Hearing these words uttered by the prince over and over again in the midst of the woman, Pankali could not quietly bear those allusions to Vibhihatsu, and bashful, stepping out from among the women, the poor prince of Pankala gently spake unto him these words. The handsome youth, looking like a mighty elephant and known by the name of Vrihanala, was formerly the charioteer of Arjuna, a disciple of that illustrious warrior, and inferior to none in use of the bow. He was known to me while I was living with the Pandavas. It was by him that the reins were held of Arjuna, excellent steeds, when Agni consumed the forest of Kigandava. It was with him, a charioteer, that Partha conquered all creatures at Kigandava Prastiha. In fact, there is no charioteer equal unto him. Uttara said, thou knowest this youth, thou knowest what this one of the neuter sex may or may not be. I cannot, however, myself request Vrihanala to tow the reins of my horses. Draupadi said, Vrihanala will, without doubt, obey the words of thy younger sister, that damsel of graceful hips. If he consents to be thy charioteer, thou wilt, without doubt, return, having vanquished the Kurus and rescued thy kind. Thus addressed by the Saihindhi, Uttara spake unto his sister, go thyself, and bring Vrihanala hither. And dispatched by her brother, she hastily repaired to the dancing hall, where that strong-armed son of Pandu was staying in disguise. Thus dispatched by her elder brother, the far-famed daughter of King Matisia, adorned with a golden necklace, ever obedient to her brother, and possessed of a waist slender as that of the wasp, and with the splendor of Lakshmi herself, decked with the plumes of the peacock, of slender make and graceful limbs, her hips encircled by a zone of pearls, her eyelashes slightly curved, and her form endowed with every grace, hastily repaired to the dancing hall like a flash of lightning rushing towards a mass of dark clouds. And the faultless and auspicious doctor of Virata, of thin teeth and slender waist, of thighs close unto each other, and each like the trunk of an elephant, her person embellished with an excellent garland, stalked the son of Pritha like a she-elephant, seeking her mate, and like unto a precious gem or the very embodiment of prosperity of Indra, of exceeding beauty and large eyes, the charming and adored and celebrated damsel saluted Arjuna, and saluted by her, Partha asked that maiden of close thighs and golden complexion, saying, what bring thee hither, a damsel decked in a necklace of gold? Why art thou in such a hurry? Why is thy face so shapeless? Tell me all this without delay. Beholding his friend, the prince of large eyes, her friend, cheerful, inquired of her the cause of her arrival there and then, and having approached that bow among men, the prince, standing in the midst of her female attendants, and displaying proper modesty, addressed him, saying, the kind of this realm are being driven away by the Kurus, and it is to conquer them that my brother will set out bow in hand. Not long ago his own charioteer was slain in battle, and there is none equal unto the own slaying that can act as my brother charioteer, and unto him striving to obtain a charioteer, Saihindi have spoken about thy skill in the management of steeds. Thou wert formerly the favorite charioteer of Arjuna, and it was with thee that who among the sons of Pandu had alone subjugated the whole earth. Do thou, therefore, act as the charioteer of my brother. Our kind have surely been driven away by the Kurus to a great distance. Request by me if thou dost not act up to my words, who am asking this service of thee out of affection, will give up my life. Thus addressed by his friend of graceful hips, that oppressor of foes, and with immeasurably prowess, went into the prince's presence, and like unto a she-elephant, running after her young one, the prince, possessed of large eyes, followed that hero, advancing with fast steps, like unto an elephant with hand temples. And beholding him from a distance, the prince himself said, with thee as his charioteer, the Dhananjaya, the son of Kunti, had gratified Agni at the Gandiva forest, and subjugated the whole world. The Saihindi hath spoken of thee to me. She knoweth the Pandavas. Do thou hold as thou didst the reins of my steeds, desirous as I am of fighting with the Kurus and rescuing my bovine wealth. Thou wert formerly the beloved charioteer of Arjuna, and it was with thee that who among the sons of Pandu had alone subjugated the whole earth. Thus addressed, Vrihanala replied unto the prince, saying, what ability have I to act as a charioteer in the field of battle? If it is song, or dance, or musical instruments, or such other things, I can entertain thee therewith. But where is my skill for becoming a charioteer? Uttara said, be thou a singer or a dancer. Hold thou, without loss of time, the reins of my excellent steeds, mounting upon my car. Autog, that oppressor of foes, the son of Pandu, was acquainted with everything, yet in the presence of Uttara, he began to make many mistakes for the sake of fun, and when he sought to put the coat of mail on his body by raising it upwards, the large-eyed maidens, beholding it, burst out into a loud laughter, and seeing him quite ignorant of putting on armor, Uttara himself equipped Vrihanala with a costly coat of mail, and casting his own person in an excellent armor of solar effulgence, and hoisting his standard, bearing the figure of a lion, the prince caused Vrihanala to become his charioteer, and with Vrihanala to hold his reins. The hero set out, taking with him many costly bows and a large number of beautiful arrows. And his friend Uttara and her maidens then said unto Vrihanala, do thou bring for our dolls various kinds of good and fine clothes, after vanquishing the Kurus, assembled for battle, of whom Bhishma and Drona are foremost. Thus addressed Partiha, the son of Pandu, in a voice deep as the roar of the clouds, smiling, said unto that bevy of fair maidens, If these Uttara can vanquish those mighty warriors impatiently, I will certainly bring excellent and beautiful clothes. Having said these words, the heroic Arjuna urged the steeds towards the Kuru arm, over which floated innumerable flags. Just, however, as they were starting, elderly dames and maidens and brahmanas of rigid vows, beholding Uttara seated on his excellent car with Vrihanala as charioteer, and under that great banner hoisted on high, walked round the car to bless the hero, and the woman said, "Let the victory that Arjuna, trailing like a bull, had achieved of old on the occasion of burning the forest of Gandiva, be thine, when thou encounterest the Kurus today with Prince Uttara." Having issued forth from the city, the dauntless son of Virata addressed his charioteer, saying, "Proceed whither the Kurus are, defeating the assembled Kurus who have come hither from desire of victory, and quickly rescuing mankind from them, I will return to the capital." At these words of the prince, the son of Pandu urged those excellent steeds, and endowed with the speed of the wind, and decked with necklaces of gold. Those steeds, urged by that lion among men, seemed to fly through the air. And they had not proceeded far when those smithers of force, the Dhananjaya and the son of Matsya, sighted the arm of the powerful Kurus, and proceeding towards the scimitar, they came upon the Kurus, and beheld their arm arrayed in order of battle, and that large arm of theirs looked like the vast sea, or a forest of innumerable trees moving through the sky. And then was seen the dust raised by that moving arm which reached the sky, and obstructed the sight of our creatures. And beholding that mighty host abounding in elephants, horses, and chariots, and protected by Karna, and Duryodhana, and Kripa, and Santanu, son, and that intelligent and great bowman Drona, with his son, the son of Virata, agitated with fear, and the bristlets on his body, standing on their ends, thus spake unto Parthiha, "I dare not fight with the Kurus. See, the bristlets on my body have stood on their ends. I am incapable of battling with this countless host of the Kurus, abounding in the heroic warriors, that are extremely fierce and difficult of being vanquished, even by the celestials. I do not venture to penetrate into the arm of the Biharatas, consisting of terrible bowmen, and abounding in horses, and elephants, and cars, and foot soldiers, and banners. My mind is too much perturbed by the very sight of the foe on the field of battle, on which stand Drona, and Bhisma, and Kripa, and Karna, and Vivingsati, and Asvatihaman, and Vikarna, and Saunadati, and Valika, and the heroic king Duryodhana, also that foremost of Kah warriors, and many other splendid bowmen, all skilled in battle. My hairs have stood on their ends, and I am fainting with fear at the very sight of these smithers, the Kurus, arrayed in order of battle." And the low-minded and foolish Uttara, out of folly alone, began to bewail in the presence of the high-spirited, disguised in these words, "My father hath gone out to meet the Trigartas, taking with him his whole arm, leaving me in the impet city. There are no troops to assist me, alone and a mere boy who has not undergone much exercise in arms. I am unable to encounter these innumerable warriors, all skilled in weapons. Do thou cease to advance." Vrihanala said, "Why dost thou look so pale through fear and enhance the joy of thy foes? As yet thou hast done nothing on the field of battle with the enemy. It was thou that hast ordered me, saying, Take me towards the Kauravas. I will, therefore, take thee thither where those innumerable flags are. I will certainly take thee into the midst of the hostile Kurus, prepared to fight as they are for the kind like hawks for meat. I will do this even if I regarded them to have come hither, for battling for much higher stake, such as the sovereignty of the earth. Having at the time of setting out talked before both men and women so highly of thy manliness, why wonst thou desist from the fight? If thou shouldst return home without recapturing the kind, brave men and even women, when they meet together, will laugh at thee. As regards myself, I cannot return to the city without having rescued the kind, applauded as I have been so highly by the Saihindhi in respect of my skill in driving cars. It is for those praised by the Saihindhi and for those woes of thine. Why should I not, therefore, give battle to the Kurus? Be thou still. Uttara said, Let the Kurus rob the Matisias of all their wealth. Let men and women laugh at me. Let my kind perish. Let the city be a desert. Let me stand exposed before my father. Still there is no need of battle. Saying this, that much affrighted prince ducked in a ring, jumped down from his car, and throwing down his bow and arrows, began to flee, sacrificing honor and pride. Vrihanala, however, exclaimed, This is not the praxis of the brave, this flight of the Kishatriya from the field of battle. Even death in battle is better than flight from fear. Having said this, the Dhananjaya, the son of Kunti, coming down from that excellent car, ran after that prince, thus running away, his own long braid and poor head garments fluttering in the air. And some soldiers, not knowing that it was Arjuna who was thus running with his braid fluttering in the air, burst out into laughter at the sight. And beholding him thus running, the Kurus began to argue, Who is this person, thus disguised like fire concealed in ashes? He is partly a man and partly a woman. Our talk, bearing an elder's form, he yet resembleth Arjuna. His are the same head and neck, and his the same arms like unto a couple of masses, and his own gait also is like unto his. He can be none else than the Dhananjaya. As Indra is among the celestials, the Dhananjaya is among men. Who else in this world than the Dhananjaya would alone come against us? Virata left a single son of his in the impede city. He hath come out from selfishness and not from true heroism. Is it Uttara who must have come out of the city, having without doubt made as a charioteer Arjuna, the son of Pritha, now living in disguise? It seems that he is now flying away in panic at sight of our arm, and without doubt the Dhananjaya runneth after him to bring him back. Beholding the disguised son of Pandu, the Kauravas began to indulge in these surmises, but they could not come to any definite conclusion. Meanwhile, the Dhananjaya, hastily pursuing the retreating Uttara, seized him by the hair within 100 steps, and seized by Arjuna, the son of Virata, began to lament most wailfully, like one in great affliction, and said, Turn thou quickly the course of the car. He that liveth meeteth with prosperity. I will give thee 100 coins of pure gold, and 8 lapis lazuli, of great brightness, set with gold, and on chariot furnished with a golden flag staff, and drawn by excellent steeds, and 10 elephants of infuriate prowess. Do thou set me free. Thus addressed that tiger among men, log-heeling, dragged Uttara, who was almost deprived of his senses, and who was uttering these words of lamentation towards the car. And the son of Pritha then addressed the affrighted prince who had nearly lost his senses, saying, If thou dost not venture to fight with enemy, come thou and hold the reins of the steeds as I fight with the foe, protected by the might of my arms. Penetrate thou yon formidable and invincible array of cars guarded by heroic and might warriors. Fear not, thou art a Kshatriya and the foremost of royal princes. Why dost thou succumb in the midst of the foe? I shall surely fight with the Kurus and recover the Kine, penetrating into this formidable and inaccessible array of cars. Be thou my charioteer. I will fight with the Kurus. Thus speaking unto Uttara, the son of Virata, Vibhatsu, unconquered impatiently, for a while comforted him, and then the son of Pritha, that foremost of his meters, rised on the car that fainting and reluctant prince is stricken with fear. Beholding that bull among men, seated on the car in the habit of a person of the third sex, driving toward the Sami tree, having taken Uttara up, are the great car warriors of the Kurus, with Bhisma and Drona at their head, became affrighted at heart, suspecting the comer to be the Dhananjaya, and seeing them dispirited, and marking the many wonderful portents that foremost of all elders of arms, the preceptor Drona, son of Biharadivaja, said, Violent and hot are the winds that blow, showering gravels in profusion. The sky is overcast with a gloom of ashy hue. The clouds present the strange sight of being dry and waterless, or weapons of various kinds are coming out of their cases. The jackals are yelling hideously, affrighted at the conflagrations on all sides. The horses are shedding tears, and our banners are trembling tog moved by none. Such being the inauspicious indications, seeing a great danger is at hand. Stay ye with vigilance, protect ye your own selves, and array the troops in order of battle. Stand ye expecting a terrible slaughter, and guard ye well the Kine. These mighty bowmen, these foremost of all elders of weapons, this hero that have come in the habit of a person of the third sex, is the son of Pritha. There is no doubt of this. Then, addressing Bhisma, the preceptor continued, Offspring of the Ganges, apparelled as a woman, this is Kirit, called after a tree, the son of the enemy of the mountains, and having on his banner the sign of devastator of the gardens of Lanka Lord. Vanquishing us, he will surely take away the Kine today. This chastiser of foes is the valiant son of Pritha, surnamed Savias Haking. He doth not desist from conflict, even with the gods and demons combined. Put to great hardship in the forest, he cometh in wrath. Talked by even Indra himself, he is like unto Indra in battle. Therefore, ye Kauravas, I do not see any hero who can withstand him. It is said that the Lord Mahadeva himself, disguised in the attire of a hunter, was gratified by the son of Pritha in battle on the mountains of Himavat. Hearing these words, Karna said, You always censure us by speaking of the virtues of Falguna. Arjuna, however, is not equal to even a full 16th part of myself or Duryodhana. And Duryodhana said, if this be Partiha, then my purpose hath already been fulfilled. For then, if traced out, the Pandavas shall have to wander for 12 years again. Or if this one be an other person in a eunuch garb, I will soon prostrate him on the earth with keen-edged arrows. The son of Dhritarashtra, having said this, Bhishma and Drona and Kripa and Drona's son all applauded his manliness. Having reached that summit tree, and having ascertained Virata's son to be exceedingly delicate and inexperienced in battle, Partiha addressed him, saying, enjoined by me, quickly take thou some bows that are there, for these bows of thine are unable to bear my strength. My have waked, when I shall grind thou horses and elephants, and the stretch of my arms, when I seek to vanquish the foe. Therefore climb thou up this tree of thick foliage, for in this tree are tied the bows and arrows and banners and excellent coats of mail of the heroic sons of Pandu, Yudhishthira and Bhishma and Vibhihatsu and the twins. There also is that bow of great energy, the Gandiva of Arjuna, which singly is equal to many thousands of other bows, and which is capable of extending the limits of a kingdom, large like a palmyra tree, able to bear the greatest stress, the largest of our weapons, capable of obstructing the foe, handsome and smooth and broad, without a knot, and adorned with gold. It is stiff and beautiful in make, and beareth the heaviest weight. And the other bows that are there, of Yudhishthira and Bhishma and Vibhihatsu and the twins, are equally mighty and tall. Uttara said, it hath been hard by us that a corpse is tied in this tree. How can I, therefore, being a prince by birth, touch it with my hands, born in the Kshatriya order, and the son of a great king, and always observant of mantras and vows? It is not becoming of me to touch it. Why shouldst thou make me a polluted and unclean bear of corpse, by compelling me to come in contact with a corpse? Vrihanala said, thou shalt remain clean and unpolluted. Do not fear, there are only bows in this tree and not corpses. Heir to the king of the Machiseas, and born in a noble family, why should I make thee do such a reproachable deed? Thus addressed by Partiha, Virata's son, decked in earrings, alighted from the car, and climbed up that summit tree reluctantly. And staying on the car, the Dhananjaya, that slayer of enemies, said unto him, speedily bring thou those bows from the top of the tree, and cutting off their wrappings first, and then the ropes with which they were tied, the prince beheld the Gandiva there, along with 4 other bows. And as they were united, the splendor of those bows, radiant as the sun, began to shine with great effulgence like unto that of the planets about the time of their rising. And beholding the forms of those bows, like unto singing snakes, he became afflicted with fear, and in a moment the breastlets of his body stood on their ends, and touching those large bows of great splendor, Virata's son thus spake unto Arjuna. Uttara said, to what warrior of fame doth this excellent bow belong, on which are 100 golden bosses, and which have such radiant ends? Whose is this excellent bow of good size and ease hold, on the staff of which shine golden elephants of such brightness? whose is this excellent bow, adorned with 3 scores of indragopakas of pure gold, placed on the back of the staff at proper intervals, whose is this excellent bow, furnished with 3 golden suns of great effulgence blazing forth with such brilliance, whose is this beautiful bow which is variegated with gold and gems, and on which are golden insects set with beautiful stones, whose are these arrows furnished with wing around, numbering 1,000, having golden heads encased in golden quivers, who owneth these last shafts so thick, furnished with vulturine wings, whetted on stone, yellowish in hue, sharp-pointed, well-tempered, and entirely made of iron, whose is the sable quiver, bearing 5 images of tigers, which holdeth shafts intermingled with boar-eared arrows, altogether numbering 10, whose are the 700 arrows, long and thick, capable of drinking blood, and looking like the crescent-shaped moon, whose are these gold-crested arrows, whetted on stones, the lower halves of which are well furnished with wings of the hue of parrots, feather, and the upper halves of well-tempered steels, whose is this excellent sword irresistibly and terribly to adversaries, with the mark of a toad on it, and pointed like a toad head, cased in variegated sheath of tiger skin, whose is this last sword of excellent blade, and variegated with gold and furnished with tinkling bells, whose is this handsome scimitar of polished blade and golden hilt, manufactured in the country of the Nishadihas, irresistibly and capable of being broken, whose is the sword of polished blade in a scabbard of cow skin, whose is this beautiful and long sword, sable and hue as the sky, mounted with gold, well tempered, and cased in a sheath of goat skin, who owneth this heavy, well tempered and broad sword, just longer than the breadth of 30 fingers, polished by constant clash with others' weapons, and kept in a case of gold, bright as fire, whose is this beautiful scimitar of sable blade, covered with golden bosses, capable of cutting through the bodies of adversaries, whose touch is as fatal as that of a venomous snake, which is irresistibly and exciteth the terror of foes. Asked by me, do thou answer me truly? Great is my wonder at the sight of all these excellent objects. Vrihanala said, that about which thou hast first inquired is Arjuna bow, of worldwide fame, called Gandiva, capable of devastating hostile hosts, embellished with gold. This Gandiva, the highest and largest of all weapons, belonged to Arjuna, alone equal unto 100,000 weapons, and always capable of extending the confines of kingdoms. It is with these that Partha vanquisheth impotently both men and celestials, worshipped ever by the gods, the Danavas and the Gandharvas, and variegated with excellent colors. This large and smooth bow is without a knot or stain anywhere. Sihiva held it first for 1,000 years. Afterwards, Prajapati held it for 503 years. After that, Sakra for 5 and 8 years, and then Soma held it for 500 years, and after that Varuna held it for 100 years, and finally Patiha, surnamed Sivetavahana, have held it for 65 years, and with great energy and of high celestial origin. This is the best of our bows, adored among gods and men. It hath a handsome form, Partha obtained this beautiful bow from Varuna. This other bow of handsome size and golden handle is Bhima, with which that son of Pritha, that chastiser of foes, had conquered the whole of the eastern regions. These are the excellent bow of beautiful shape, adorned with images of Indra Gopakas, belongeth to King Yudhishthira. These are the weapon with golden suns of blazing splendor, shedding a dazzling effulgence around, belongeth to Nakula. And this bow adorned with golden images of insects, and set also with gems and stones, belongeth to that son of Madri, who is called Sahadeva. These winged arrows, thousand in number, sharp as a razors, and destructive as the poison of snakes, belong to Arjuna. When shooting them impotently against foes, these swift arrows blaze forth more brilliant and become inexhaustible. And these long and thick shafts, resembling the lunar crescent in shape, keen-edged and capable of thinning the enemy ranks, belong to Bhima. And this quiver bearing 5 images of tigers, full of yellowish shafts, whetted on stone and furnished with golden wings, belong to Nakula. This is the quiver of the intelligent son of Madri, with which he had conquered impotently the whole of the western regions. And these arrows are effulgent as the sun, painted all over with various colors, and capable of destroying enemies, but thousands are those of Sahadeva. And these short and well-tempered and thick shafts, furnished with long feathers and golden heads, and consisting of 3 knots, belong to King Yudhishthira. And this sword, with blade long and carved with the image of a toad, and head shaped as a toad mouth, strong and irresistible, belongeth to Arjuna, cased in a shiat of tiger skin, of long blade, handsome and irresistible, and terrible to adversaries. This sword belongeth to Bhimasena, of excellent blade, and cased in a well-painted shiat, and furnished with a golden hilt. This handsome sword belongeth to the wise Kaurava, Yudhishthira, the just, and this sword of strong blade, irresistible and intended for various excellent modes of fight, and cased in a shiat of goat skin, belongeth to Nakula. And this hug scimitar, cased in a shiat of cow skin, strong and irresistible, belongeth to Sahadeva. Uttara said, Indeed, these weapons adorned with gold, belonging to the light-handed and high-souled Partha, look exceedingly beautiful. Where are that Arjuna, the son of Pritha, and Yudhishthira of the Kuru race, and Nakula, and Sahadeva, and Bhimasena, the sons of Pandu, having lost their kingdom at dice? The high-souled Pandavas, capable of destroying our foes, are no longer heard of. Where is Draupadi, the prince of Panchala, famed as the gem among women, who followed the sons of Pandu after their defeat at dice to the forest? Arjuna said, I am Arjuna, called also Partha. Thy father courtier is Yudhishthira, and thy father cook, Vallava, is Bhimasena. The groom of horses is Nakula, and Sahadeva is in the co-pain. And know thou that the Saihindhi is Draupadi, for whose sake the Kikakas have been slain. Uttara said, I won't believe all this if thou canst enumerate the 10 names of Partha, previously heard by me. Arjuna said, I will tell thee my 10 names. Listen thou and compare them with what thou hast heard before. Listen to them with close attention and concentrated mind. They are Arjuna, Falguna, Jisnu, Kiritin, Sivetavahana, Vibhatsu, Vijaya, Krishna, Savya Sakhin, and the Dhananjaya. Uttara said, "Tell me true, why art thou called Vijaya, and why Sivitavahana? Why art thou named Krishna, and why Arjuna, and Falguna, and Jisnu, and Kiritin, and Vibhihatsu, and for what art thou the Dhananjaya, and Savya Sakhin?" I have heard before about the origin of the several names of that hero, and can put faith in thy words if thou canst tell me all about them. Arjuna said, "They called me the Dhananjaya, because I lived in the midst of wealth, having subjugated all the countries and taken away their treasuries. They called me Vijaya, because when I go out to battle with invincible kings, I never return without vanquishing them. I am called Sivitavahana, because when battling with the foe, white horses decked in golden armor are always yoked onto my car. They call me Falguna, because I was born on the breast of the Himavat, on a day when the constellation Uttara, Falguna, was on the ascendant. I am named Kiritin, from a diadem, resplendent like the sun, having been placed of old on my head by Indra during my encounter with the powerful Danavas. I am known as Vibhihatsu among gods and men, for my never having committed a detestable deed on the battlefield, and since both of my hands are capable of drawing the Gandiva, I am known as Sakhin among gods and men. They called me Arjuna, because my complexion on is very hard within the four boundaries of the earth, and because also my acts are always stainless. I am known among human beings and celestials by the name of Jisnu, because I am unapproachable and incapable of being kept down, and a tamer of adversaries, and son of the slayer of Paka, and Krishna, my 10th appellation, was given to me by my father out of affection towards his black-skinned boy of great purity. The son of Virata, then approaching near, saluted Partiha and said, "My name is Bihuminjaya, and I am also called Uttara. It is by good luck that I behold thee. Thou art welcome. Thou with head, eyes, and arms that are marked, and each like unto the trunk of an elephant. It behoveth thee to pardon what I said unto thee from ignorance. And as wonderful and difficult have been the feats achieved by thee before, my fears have been dispelled, and indeed the love I bear to thee is great." Uttara said, "Mounting on this large car with myself as driver, which division of the arm wounds thou penetrate, commanded by thee, I will drive thee thither." Arjuna said, "I am pleased with thee. Thou hast no cause of fear. I will rout all thy foes in battle, and be at thy ease, accomplishing great and terrible feats in the melee. I will fight with thy foes. Tie quickly all those quivers to my car, and take a sword of polished blade and adorned with gold." Hearing these words of Arjuna, Uttara cast off all inactivity, and he speedily alighted from the tree, bringing with him Arjuna weapons. Then Arjuna addressed him, saying, "Yes, I will fight with the Kurus and recover thy kind. Protected by me, the top of this car will be to thee as a citadel. The passages and alleys and other divisions of this car will be the streets and edifices of that fortified city. These my arms will be its ramparts and gateways. This trebly pole and my quiver will constitute defensive works inaccessible to the foe. this my banner, single and grand, will it not alone be equal unto those of thy city? This my bowstring will constitute the catapults and cannons for vomiting forth missiles on the besieging ghost. My excited wrath will make that fortress formidable, and the clatter of my carwells will it not resemble the cattle drums of thy capital? Ridden by myself, yielding the Gandiva, this car will be incapable of being vanquished by the hostile host. Let thy fear be dispelled. Uttara said, I am no longer afraid of these. I know thy steadiness impatiently, which is even like unto that of Kesava or Indra himself. Reflecting on this, I am continually bewildered. Foolish as I am incapable of arriving at certain conclusion. By what distressful circumstances could a person of such handsome limbs and auspicious signs become deprived of manhood? Indeed, thou seemest to me to be Mahadeva, or Indra, or the chief of the Gandharvas, dwelling in the guise only of the third sex. Arjuna said, I tell thee truly that I am only observing this vow for an whole year, agreeably to the behest of my elder brother. I am not truly one of the neuter sex. I have adopted this vow of eunuchism from subservience to another will and from desire of religion's merit. Know me now to have completed my vow. Uttara said, Thou hast conferred a great favor on me today, for I now find that my suspicion was not altogether unfounded. Indeed, such a person as thou cannot be of the neuter sex. I have now an ally in battle. I can now fight with the celestials themselves. My fears have been dispelled. What shall I do? Command me now. Trained in driving cars by learned preceptor, I will hold the reins of thy horses that are capable of breaking the ranks of hostile cars. Know me to be as competent a charioteer as Daruka of Vasudeva or Matali of Sakra, the horse that is yoked unto the right hand pole, and whose hoofs, as they light on the ground, are scarcely visible when running, is like unto Sugriva of Krishna. This other handsome horse, the foremost of his race, that is yoked unto the left pole, is a god equal in speed to Megha. This beautiful horse, clad in golden mail, yoked unto the rear pole on the left, is a god severe equal in speed too, but superior in strength. And this horse yoked to the rear pole on the right is regarded as superior to Valahaka in speed and strength. This car is worthy of bearing on the field of battle a bowman like thee, and thou also art worthy of fighting on this car. This is what I think. Then Arjuna, endued with great energy, took off the bracelets from his arms and wore on his hands a pair of beautiful gloves, embroidered with gold, and he then tied his black and curling locks with a piece of white cloth, and seated on that excellent car with face turned to the east, the might-armed hero, purifying his body and concentrating his soul, he called to his mind all his weapons. And all the weapons came, and addressing the royal son of Partha, said, We are here, illustrious one, we are thy servants, son of Indra. And bowing unto them, Partha received them unto his hands, and replied unto them, saying, dwell ye are in my memory. And obtaining all his weapons, the hero looked cheerful, and quickly stringing his bow, the Gandiva, he twanged it, and twang of that bow was as loud as the collision of two mighty bulls. And dreadful was the sound that filled the earth, and violent was the wind that blew on all sides, and thick was the shower of fallen meteors, and our sides were enveloped in gloom, and the birds began to totter in the skies, and large trees began to shake. And loud as the burst of the thunder, the Kurus knew from that sound that it was Arjuna that drew with his hands the string of his best of bows from his car, and Uttara said, "Thou art alone. These mighty warriors are many. How wilt thou vanquish impatiently all these that are skilled in every kind of weapons? Thou art without a follower, while the Kauravas have many. It is for this, thou of mighty arms, that I stay beside thee, stricken with fear, bursting out into a loud laughter. Party has said unto him, Be not afraid. What friendly follower had a while fighting with the mighty Gandharvas on the occasion of the Gihosayatra, who was Malay while engaged in the terrific conflict at Gandava against so many Celestials and Danavas, who was Malay when fought on behalf of the Lord of the Celestials against the mighty Nivatakavakas and the Paulamas, and who was Malay while encountered impatiently innumerable kings at the Sivayamvara to the prince of Panchala, trained in arms by the preceptor Drona, Basakra, and Vaisravana, and Yama, and Varuna, and Agni, and Kripa, and Krishna of Madhu Haze, and by the elder of the Pinaka. Why shall I not fight with these? Drive thou my cars speedily, and let thy hurt fever be dispelled. Making Uttara his chariota, and circumambulating the Sami-tree, the son of Pandu, set out taking all his weapons with him, and that mighty car warrior set out with Uttara as the driver of his car, having taken down that banner with the lion figure, and deposited it at the foot of the Sami-tree. And he hoisted on that car his own golden banner, bearing the figure of an ape with a lion tail, which was a celestial illusion contrived by Visvakarman himself. For as soon, indeed, as he had talked of that gift of Agni, then the latter, knowing his wish, ordered those superhuman creatures to take their place in that banner, and furnished with a beautiful flag of handsome make, with quivers attached to it, and adorned with gold, that excellent flag staff of celestial beauty, then quickly fell from the firmament on his car, and beholding that banner arrived on his car, the hero circumambulated it, and then the ape venered Vibhatsu, the son of Kunti, called also Sivetavahana, with fingers cased in leathern fences of the iguana skin, and taking up his bow and arrows, set out in a northerly direction. And that grinder of foes, possessed of great strength, then forcibly blew his large conch shell of thundering sound, capable of making the breastless of foes to stand on their ends. And at the sound of that conch, those steeds, endowed with swiftness, dropped down on the ground on their knees, and Uttara, greatly affrighted, sat down on the car, and thereupon the son of Kunti took the reins himself, and raising the steeds, placed them in their proper positions, and embracing Uttara, he encouraged him, saying, Fear not, thou art a Kshatriya by birth, Why dost thou become so dispirited in the midst of foes? Thou must have heard before the blare of many conches, and the note of many trumpets, and the roar of many elephants in the midst of ranks, a riot for battle. Why art thou, therefore, so dispirited, and agitated, and terrified, by the blare of this conch, as if thou wert an ordinary person? Uttara said, heard have I the blare of many a conch, and many a trumpet, and the roar of many an elephant stationed in battle array. Never have I heard before the blare of such conch, nor have I ever seen a banner like this. Never before have I heard the twang of a bow such as this. Truly, with the blare of this conch, the twang of this bow, the superhuman cries of the creatures stationed on this banner, and the hatley of this car, my mind is greatly bewildered. My perceptions of the directions is confused, and my heart is painful afflicted. The whole firmament seemeth to me to have been covered by this banner, and everything seemeth to be hidden from my view. My ears have been deafened by the twang of the Gandiva. Arjuna said, firmly stand thou on the car, pressing thy feet on it, and tightly catch hold of the bridles, for I will blow the conch again. Arjuna then blew his conch again, that conch which filled foes with grief and enhanced the joy of friends, and the sound was so loud that it seemed to split hills and mountains, and pierce mountain caves, and the cardinal points. And Uttara once again sat down on the car, clinging to it in fear, and with the blare of the conch and the hatley of the car wheels, and the twang of the Gandiva, the earth itself seemed to tremble, and beholding Uttara fight, the Dhananjaya began to comfort him again. Meanwhile, Drona said, from the hatley of the car, and from the manner in which the clouds have enveloped the sky and the earth itself trembles, this warrior can be none else than Savyasakhi. Our weapons do not shine, our steeds are dispirited, and our fires, tog fed with fuel, do not blare up. All this is ominous. Our animals are setting up a frightful howl, gazing towards the sun. The crows are perching on our banners. All this is ominous. Eon, vultures, and kitties on our right portend a great danger. The jackal, running through our ranks, waileth dismally. Lo, it hath escaped unstruck. All this portends a heavy calamity. The breastless of ye are on their ends. Surely this forebodes a great destruction of Kshatriyas in Paitli. Things endowed with light are pale, beasts and birds look fierce, and there are to be witnessed many terrific portents, indicative of the destruction of Kshatriyas, and these omens forebode great havoc among ourselves. Thy hanks seem to be confounded by these blazing meteors, and thy animals look dispirited and seem to be weeping. Vultures and kitties are wailing around thy troops. Thou shalt have to repent upon beholding thy arm afflicted by Parthiha arrows. In thee our hanks seem to have been already vanquished, for none is eager to go to fight. Our warriors are of pale face, and almost deprived of their senses. Sending the kine ahead, we should stand here, ready to strike with our warriors arrayed in order of battle. King Duryodhana then on the field of battle said unto Bhishma and unto Drona, the tiger among warriors, and unto Kripa, that might cow warrior, these words: Both myself and Karna had said this unto the preceptors. I refer to the subject again, for I am not satisfied with having said it once. Even this was the pledge of the sons of Pandu, that if defeated, they would reside to our knowledge in countries and woods for 12 years, and one more year unknown to us. The 13th year, instead of being over, is yet running. Vibihatsu, who is still to live undiscovered, have appeared before us, and if Vibihatsu have come before the term of exile is at end, the Pandavas shall have to pass another 12 years in the woods, whether it is due to forgetfulness induced by desire of dominion, or whether it is a mistake of ours. It behoveth Bhisma to calculate the shortness or excess. When an object of desire may or may not be attained, a doubt necessarily attached to one of the alternatives, and what is decided in one way often ends differently. Even moralists are puzzled in judging of their own acts. As regards ourselves, we have come hither to fight with the Maticias and to seize their kind, stationed towards the north. If, meanwhile, it is Arjuna that have come, what fault can attach to us? We have come hither to fight against the Maticias on behalf of the Trigartas, and as numerous were the acts represented unto us of the oppressions committed by the Maticias, it was for this that we promised aid to the Trigartas, who were overcome with fear. And it was agreed between us that they should first seize on the afternoon of the 7th lunar day the enormous wealth of kind that the Maticias have, and that we should at sunrise of the 8th day of the moon seize this kind, when the king of the Maticias would be pursuing those first seized. It may be that the Trigartas are now bringing away the kind, or being defeated, are coming towards us for negotiating with the king of the Maticias. Or it may be that, having driven the Trigartas off, the king of the Maticias, at the head of these people and his whole arm of fierce warriors, appeareth on the scene and advanceth to make night attacks upon us. It may be that some one leader among them, endowed with might energy, is advancing for vanquishing us, or it may be that the king himself of the Maticias is come. Be it the king of the Maticias or Vibihatsu, we must all fight him. Even these have been our pledge. Why are all these our foremost car warriors, Bhisma and Drona and Kripa and Vikarna and Drona's son, now sitting on their cars, panic-stricken? At present, there is nothing better than fighting. Therefore, make up your minds. If for the cattle we have seized, an encounter takes place with the divine elder himself of the thunderbolt, or even with Yama, who is there, that will be liable to reach Hastinapur. Pierced by the shafts, how will the foot soldiers, in flying through the deep forest with their backs on the field, escape with life, when escape for the cavalry is doubtful? Hearing these words of Duryodhana, Karna said, disregarding the preceptor, make our arrangements. He knoweth well the intentions of the Pandavas, and striketh terror in our hearts. I see that his affection for Arjuna is very great. Seeing him oncoming, he chanteth his praises. Make ye such arrangements that our troops may not break. Everything is in confusion, for Drona having unheard the neigh of steeds. Make ye such arrangements that these troops, come to a distant land in this hot season, and in the midst of this mighty forest, may not fall into confusion and be subjugated by the foe. The Pandavas are always the special favorites of the preceptor. The selfish Pandavas have stationed Drona amongst us. Indeed, he betrayeth himself by his speech. Who would ever extol a person upon hearing the neigh on of his steeds? Horses always neigh, whether walking or standing. The winds blow at all times, and Indra always showereth rain. The roar of the clouds may frequently be heard. What hath Partha to do with this? And why is he to be praised for this? All this, therefore, is due on to either the desire of doing good to Arjuna or to his wrath and hatred towards us. Preceptors are wise and sinless and very kind to all creatures. They, however, should never be consulted at times of peril. It is in luxurious palaces and assemblies and pleasure gardens that learned men capable of making speeches seem to be in their place, performing many wonderful things in the assembly. It is there that learned men find their place, or even there where sacrificial utensils and their proper placing and washing are needed. In a knowledge of the lapses of others, in studying the characters of men, in the science of horses and elephants and cars, in treating the diseases of asses and camels and goats and sheep and kine, in planning buildings and gateways, and in pointing out the defects of food and drink. The learned are true in their own sphere, disregarding learned men that extol the heroism of the foe. Make ye such arrangements that the foe may be destroyed. Placing the kine securely, array the troops in order of battle, place guards in proper places, so that we may fight the foe. Karna said, I behold all these blessed ones, looking as if alarmed and panic struck, and unresolved and unwilling to fight. If he that is come is the king of the Matsuyas or Vibhihatsu, even I will resist him as the banks resist the swelling sea. Shot from my bow this strength and flying arrows, like gliding snakes, are all sure of Eam, discharged by my light hands. These keen-edged arrows, furnished with golden wings, shall cover Partha all over, like locusts shrouding a tree. Strongly pressed by these winged arrows, the bowstring will cause these my leaden fences to produce sounds that will be heard to resemble those of a couple of cattle drums. Having been engaged in ascetic austerities for the 8 and 5 years, Vibhihatsu will strike me, but mildly in this conflict. And the son of Kunti, having become a Brahmana and with good qualities, have thus become a fit person to quietly receive sharps battalions shot by me. This mighty bowman is, indeed, celebrated over the 3 worlds. I am by no means inferior to Arjuna, that foremost of human beings, with golden arrows, furnished with vulturine wings, shot on all sides. Let the firmament seem today to swarm with fireflies. Slaying Arjuna in battle, I will discharge today that debt, difficult of repayments, promised of old by me unto Dhritarashtra's son. What man is there, even amongst all the gods and the Asuras, that will endure to stand in the teeth of the strength arrows shot from my bow? Let my flying arrows, winged and pressed at the middle, present the spectacle of the coursing of the fireflies through the welkin. Heartog, he be as Indra thunderbolt and possessed of the energy of the chief of the celestials, I will surely grind Partiha, even as one afflicts an elephant by means of burning brands. A heroic and mighty warrior as he is, and the foremost of all yielders of weapons, I shall seize the unhesitating Partiha, even like Gandiva seizing a snake, irresistibly like fire, and fed but be full of swords, darts, and arrows. The blazing Pandava fire that consumes foes will be extinguished even by myself, who I am like unto a mighty cloud, incessantly dropping an arrowy shower. The multitude of cars constituting its thunder, and the speed of my horses, the wind in advance. Discharged from my bow, my arrows like venomous snakes will pierce part of her body, like serpent penetrating through an ant-hill, pierced with well-tempered and strength shafts, and with golden wings and great energy. Behold ye today the son of Kunti, decked like a hill covered with kamikara flowers, having obtained weapons from that best of ascetics, the son of Jamadagni, a wound relying on their energy, fight with even the celestials. Struck with my javelin, the ape stationed on his banner top shall fall down today on the ground, uttering terrible cries. The firmament will today be filled with the cries of the creatures stationed in the flagstaff of the foe, and afflicted by me they will fly away in all directions. I shall today pluck up by the roots the long existing dart in Duryodhana's heart by throwing Arjuna down from his car. The Kauravas will today behold Partiha with his car broken, his horses killed, his valor gone, and himself singing like a snake. Let the Kauravas, following their own will, go away taking this wealth of kind, or, if they wish, let them stay on their cars and witness my combat. Kripa said, Thy crooked heart always inclineth to war. Thou knowest not the true nature of things, nor dost thou take into account their after consequences. There are various kinds of expedients inferably from the scriptures. Of these, abatement have been regarded by those acquainted with the past as the most sinful. It is only when the time and place are favorable that military operations can lead to success. In the present instance, however, the time being unfavorable, no good results will be derived. A display of prowess in proper time and place becometh beneficial. It is by the favorableness or otherwise that the opportuneness of an act is determined. Learned men can never act according to the ideas of a car maker. Considering all this, an encounter with Partiha is not advisable for us. Alone he saved the Kurus, and alone he satiated Agni. Alone he led the life of Brahmacharin for 5 years. Taking up Subhadra on his car, alone he challenged Krishna to single combat. Alone he fought with Rudra, who stood before him as a forester. It was in this very forest that Partiha rescued Krishna while she was being taken away. It is he alone that hath for 5 years studied the science of weapons under Indra. Alone vanquishing our foes, he hath spread the fame of the Kurus. Alone that chastiser of foes vanquished impatiently Hitrasena, the king of the Gandharvas, and in a moment his invincible troops also. Alone he overthrew impatiently the fierce Nivatakavakhas and the Kalakihankhas, that were both incapable of being slain by the gods themselves. What, however, hath been achieved by thee single-handed, like any of the sons of Pandu, each of whom had alone subjugated many laws of earth, Even Indra himself is unfit to encounter Partha in battle. He, therefore, that desireth to fight with Arjuna, shall take a sedative, as to thyself. Thou desirest to take out the fangs of an angry snake of virulent poison, by stretching forth thy right hand and extending thy forefinger. Or, wandering alone in the forest, thou desirest to ride an infuriate elephant and go to a boar without a hook in hand. Or hoof-bed over with clarified butter and dressed in silken robes, thou desirest to pass through the midst of a blazing fire, fed with fat and tallow and clarified butter. Who is there that wound, binding his own hands and feet and tying a hook stone unto his neck, cross the ocean, swimming in with his bare arms? What manliness is there in such an act? He is a fool that wound without skewing weapons and without strength, desire to fight with Partha, who is so mighty and skilled in weapons. Dishonestly deceived by us and liberated from 13 years' exile, will not the illustrious hero annihilate us? Having ignorantly come to a place where Partha lie concealed like fire, hiding in a well, we have, indeed, been exposed to a great danger. Irresistibly though he be in battle, we should fight against him. Let, therefore, our troops, clad in mail, stand here arrayed in ranks and ready to strike. Let Drona and Duryodhana and Bhishma and thyself and Drona's son and ourselves all fight with the son of Pritha. Do not act so harshly as to fight alone. If we 6 warriors be united, we can then be a match for and fight with that son of Pritha, who is resolved to fight and who is as fierce as the elder of the thunderbolt. Aided by our troops, arrayed in ranks, ourselves, great bowmen, standing carefully, we fight with Arjuna, even as the Danavas encounter Vasava in battle. As Vatihaman said, the kine have not yet been won, nor have they yet crossed the boundary, nor have they yet reached Hastinapura. Why dost thou, therefore, boast of thyself? Having won numerous battles and acquired enormous wealth and vanquished hostile hosts, men of true heroism speak not a word of their prowess. Fire burneth mutely, and mutely doth the sun shine, mutely doth the earth bear creatures, both mobile and immobile. The self-existent have sanctioned such offices for the 4 orders, that having recourse to them, each may acquire wealth without being censurable. A Brahmana, having studied the Vedas, should perform sacrifices himself, and officiate at the sacrifices of others, and a Kshatriya, depending upon the bow, should perform sacrifices himself, but should never officiate at the sacrifices of others, and of Vaisya, having earned wealth, should cause the rites enjoined in the Vedas to be performed for himself. A Sudra should always wait upon and serve the other 3 orders. As regards those that live by practicing the profession of fowlers and vendors of meat, they may earn wealth by expedients fraught with deceit and fraud, always acting according to the dictates of the scriptures. The exalted sons of Pandu acquire the sovereignty of the whole earth, and they always act respectful towards their superiors, even if the latter prove hostile to them. What Kshatriya is there that expresses delight at having obtained a kingdom by means of dice, like this wicked and shameless son of Dhritarashtra? Having acquired wealth in this way by deceit and fraud, like a vendor of meat, who that is wise boasts of it. In what single combat didst thou vanquish Dhananjaya, or Nakula, or Sahadeva, although thou hast robbed them of their wealth. In what battle didst thou defeat Yudhishthira, or Bhishma, that foremost of strong men? In what battle was Indraprastha conquered by thee? What thou hast done, however, thou of wicked deeds, is to drag that prince to court while she was ill and had on hyment on. Thou hast cut the might root, delicate as the sandal of the Pandava tree. Actuated by desire of wealth, when thou madest the Pandavas act as slaves, rememberest thou what Vidura said? We see that men and others, even insects and ants, show forgiveness according to their power of endurance. The son of Pandu, however, is incapable of forgiving the sufferings of Draupadi. Surely, the Dhananjaya cometh here for the destruction of the sons of Dhritarashtra. It is true, affecting great wisdom, thou art for making species, but will not Vibhihatsu, that slayer of foes, exterminate us all? If it be gods, or Gandharvas, or Asuras, or Rakshasas, will the Dhananjaya, the son of Kunti, desist to fight from panic? Inflamed with wrath upon whomsoever he will fall, even him he will overthrow like a tree under the weight of Gadiura, superior to thee in prowess, in bowmanship, equal unto the Lord himself of the celestials, and in battle equal unto Vasudeva himself. Who is there that would not praise Partha, counteracting celestial weapons with celestial, and woman weapons with woman? What man is a match for Arjuna? Those acquainted with the scriptures declare that a disciple is no way inferior to a son, and it is for this that the son of Pandu is a favorite of Drona. Employ thou the means now which thou hast adopted in the match at dice, the same means by which thou hast subjugated Indraprastha, and the same means by which thou hast dragged Krishna to the assembly. This thy wise uncle, full conversant with the duties of the Kshatriya order, this deceitful gambler, Sakuni, the prince of Gandhara, let him fight now. The Gandiva, however, doth not cast dice such as the Krita or the Divapara, but it shooteth upon foes blazing and keen-edged shafts by myriads. The fierce arrows shot from the Gandiva, endowed with great energy and furnished with vulturine wings, can pierce even mountains. The destroyer of all, named Yama and Vayu, and the horse-faced Agni, leave some remnant behind, but the Dhananjaya, inflamed with wrath, never doth so. As thou hast aided by thy uncle, played a dice in the assembly, so do fight in this battle protected by Suvala son. Let the preceptor, if he chooses, fight. I shall not, however, fight with the Dhananjaya. We are to fight with the king of the Matsiyas, if, indeed, he cometh in the track of the Kine. Bhishma said, Drona's son observeth well, and Kripa observeth rightly. As for Karna, it is only out of regard for the duties of the Kshatriya order that he desireth to fight. No man of wisdom can blame the preceptor. However, I am of opinion that fight we must, considering both the time and the place. Why should not that man be bewildered who have 5 adversaries efficient as 5 sons, who are heroic combatants and who have just emerged from adversity? Even those conversant with morality are bewildered in respect of their own interests. It is for this that I tell thee this, whether my words be acceptable to you or not. what carne saith unto thee was on for raising or courage, as regards thyself. Forgive everything. The business at hand is very grave. When the son of Kunti have come, this is not the time for quarrel. Everything should now be forgiven by thyself and the preceptor Kripa. Liked in the son, the mastery of our weapons doth reside in you. As beauty is never separated from Handramas, so are the Vedas and the Brahma weapon both established in you. It is often seen that the four Vedas dwell in one object and Kshatriya attributes in another. We have never heard of these two dwelling together in any other person than the preceptor of the Bharata race and his son. Even this is what I think in the Vedantas, in the Puranas, and in old histories, who save Jamadagni won't be Drona superior, a combination of the Brahma weapon with the Vedas. This is never to be seen anywhere else. Do thou forgive. This is not the time for disunion. Let all of us, uniting, fight with Indra's son, who have come. Of all the calamities that may befall an arm that have been enumerated by men of wisdom, the worst is disunion among the leaders. As Vatihaman said, these thy just observations need not to be uttered in our presence. The preceptor, however, filled with wrath, had spoken of Arjuna virtues. The virtues of even an enemy should be admitted, while the faults of even one preceptor may be pointed out. Therefore, one should, to the best of his power, declare the merits of a son or a disciple. Duryodhana said, let the preceptor grant his forgiveness and let peace be restored. If the preceptor be at one with us, whatever should be done won't seem to have been already done. Then Duryodhana, assisted by Karna and Kripa and the high-souled Bhishma, pacified Drona. Drona said, Appiah said, I have already been at the words first spoken by Bhishma, the son of Santanu. Let such arrangements be made, that Partha may not be able to approach Duryodhana immediately, and let such arrangements be made, that King Duryodhana may not be captured by the foe, in consequence either of his harshness or want of judgment. Arjuna hath not, to be sure, revealed himself before the expire of the term of exile, nor will he pardon this act today, having only recovered the kind. Let such arrangements, therefore, be made, that he may not succeed in attacking Dhritarashtra's son and defeating our troops. Like myself, Duryodhana also had said so before. Bearing it in mind, it behoveth the son of Ganga to say what is true. Bhishma said, the well of time revolves with its divisions, with Kalas and Kastihas and Muhurtas, and days and fortnights, and months, and constellations, and planets, and seasons, and years, in consequence of their fractional excesses and the deviations of the heavenly bodies. There is an increase of 2 months in every 5 years. It seems to me that, calculating this wise, there would be an excess of 5 months and 12 nights in 13 years. Everything, therefore, that the sons of Pandu had promised have been exactly fulfilled by them. Knowing this to be certain, Vibhatsu hath made his appearance. All of them are high-souled and full conversant with the meanings of the scriptures. How would they deviate from virtue that have Yudhishthira for their guide? The sons of Kunti do not yield to temptation. they have achieved a difficult feat. If they had coveted the possession of their kingdom by unfair means, then those descendants of Kuru Reis would have sought to display their prowess at the time of the match at dice. Bound in bonds of virtue, they did not deviate from the duties of the Kshatriya order. He that will regard them to have behaved falsely will surely meet with defeat. The sons of Pritha would prefer death to falsehood. When the time, however, comes, those bulls among men, the Pandavas, endowed with energy like that of Sakra, will not give up what is theirs, even if it is defended by the elder himself of the thunderbolt. We shall have to oppose immediately the foremost of our elders of weapons. Therefore, let such advantageous arrangements as have the sanction of the good and the honest be now made without loss of time, so that our possessions may not be appropriated by the foe. I have never seen a battle in which one of the parties could say, "We are sure to win." When a battle occurs, there must be victory or defeat, prosperity or adversity. Without doubt, a party to a battle must have either of the two. Therefore, whether a battle be now proper or not consistent with virtue or not, make thy arrangement soon, for the Dhananjaya is at hand. Duryodhana said, "I will not give back the Pandavas their kingdom. Let every preparation, therefore, for battle be made without delay." Bhishma said, "Listen to what I regard as proper. If it pleases thee, I should always say what is for thy good. Proceed thou towards the capital, without loss of time, taking with thee a fourth part of the army, and let another fourth march, escorting the Kine. With half the troops we will fight the Pandava. Myself and Drona and Karna and Asvati and Kripa will resolutely withstand Vibhatsu, or the king of the Matsiyas, or Indra himself, if he approaches. Indeed, we will withstand any of these like the bank withstanding the surging sea." These words spoken by the high-souled Bhishma were acceptable to them, and the king of the Kauravas acted accordingly without delay. And having sent away the king and then the Kine, Bhishma began to array the soldiers in order of battle, and addressing the preceptor, he said, "Stand thou in the centre, and let Asvati stand on the left, and let the wise Kripa, son of Saradivata, defend the right wing, and let Karna of the Sutta castes, clad in mail, stand in the van. I will stand in the rear of the whole arm, protecting it from that point." After the Kauravas had taken their stand in their order, Arjuna, filling the air with the rattle and ding of his car, advanced quickly towards them, and the Kurus beheld his banner top and heard the rattle and ding of his car, as also the tongue of the Gandiva stretched repeatedly by him. And noting all this, and seeing that great car warrior, the elder of the Gandiva come, Drona spoke thus: "That is the banner top of Partha, which shineth at a distance, and this is the noise of his car, and that is the ape that hovereth frightfully. Indeed, the ape striketh terror in the troops, and there stationed on that excellent car, the foremost of car warriors draweth that best of bows, the Gandiva, whose tongue is loud as the thunder. Behold these two sharps coming together far at my feet, and two others pass off barely touching my ears, completing the period of exile, and having achieved many wonderful feats, Partha saluteth me and whispereth in my ears. Endowed with wisdom and beloved of his relatives, this Dhananjaya, the son of Pandu, is indeed beheld by us after a long time, blazing with beauty and grace, possessed of car and arrows, furnished with handsome fences and quiver and conch and banner and coat of mail, decked with diadem and scimitar and bow, the son of Pritha, shineth like the blazing fire, surrounded with sacrificial ladles and fed with sacrificial butter. Beholding the Kurus ready for battle, Arjuna addressing Matsya's son in words suitably to the occasion, said, "Restrain thou the steeds at such a point whence my arrows may reach the enemy. Meanwhile, let me see where, in the midst of this arm, is that vile wretch of the Kuru race." Disregarding all this, and singling out that vine nest of prince, I will fall upon his head, for upon the defeat of that wretch the others will regard themselves as defeated. There standeth Drona, and there after him his son, and there are those great bowmen, Bhisma and Kripa and Karna. I do not see, however, the king there. I suspect that, anxious to save his life, he retreateth by the southern road, taking away with him the Kine. Leaving this array of warriors, proceed to the spot where Suryodhana is. There will a fight, for there the battle will not be fruitless. Defeating him, I will come back taking away the Kine. Thus addressed, the son of Virata restrained the steeds with an effort, and turned them by a pull at the bridle from the spot where those bulls of the Kuru race were, and urged them on towards the place where Duryodhana was. And as Arjuna went away leaving that thick array of cars, Kripa, guessing his intention, addressed his own comrades, saying, "This Vibhihatsu desireth not to take up his stand at a spot remote from the king. Let us quickly fall upon the flanks of the advancing hero." When inflamed with wrath, none else, unassisted, can encounter him in battle save the deity of 1,000 eyes, or Krishna, the son of Devaki. Of what use to us would the Kine be or this vast wealth also, if Duryodhana were to sink, like a boat, in the ocean of Partha? Meanwhile, Vibhihatsu, having proceeded towards that division of the arm, announced himself speedily by name, and covered the troops with his arrows thick as locusts, and covered with those countless shafts shot by Partha, the hostile warriors could not see anything, the earth itself and the sky becoming overwhelmed therewith, and the soldiers who had been ready for the fight were so confounded that none could even flee from the field, and beholding the like-handedness of Partha, they all applauded it mentally. And Arjuna then blew his conch, which always made the breastless of the foe stand erect, and twanging his best of bows, he urged the creatures on his flagstaff to roar more frightfully, and at the blare of his conch, and the rattle of his cowbells, and the twang of the Gandiva, and the roar of the superhuman creatures stationed on his flagstaff, the earth itself began to tremble, and shaking their upraised tails and lowing together, the Kine turned back, proceeding along the southern road. Having disorganized the hostile host by force, and having recovered the Kine, that foremost of bowmen, desirous of fighting again, proceeded towards Duryodhana, and beholding the Kine running wild towards the city of the Matsyas, the foremost warriors of the Kurus regarded Kiritin, to have already achieved success, and on a sudden they fell upon Arjuna, who was advancing towards Duryodhana, and beholding their countless divisions firmly arrayed in order of battle, with countless banners waving over them, that slayer of foes, addressing the son of the king of the Matsiyas, said, "Urge on to the best of their speed by this road, these white steeds decked with golden bridles, strive thou well, for I would approach this crowd of Kuru lions, like an elephant desiring an encounter with another. The Sutta son of wicked soul eagerly desireth a battle with me. Take me to him who hath grown so proud under the patronage of Duryodhana." Thus addressed, the son of Virata, by means of those large steeds, entered with the speed of the wind, and furnished with golden armor, broke that array of cars, and took the Pandava into the midst of the battle field. And seeing this, those mighty warriors, Hitrasena, and Sangramajiti, and Satrusaha, and Jaya, desirous of aiding Karna, hooked with arrows and long shafts towards the advancing hero of Bharata haste. Then that foremost of men, inflamed with wrath, began to consume by means of fiery arrows shot from his bow that array of cars belonging to those bulls among the Kurus, like a tremendous conflagration consuming a forest. Then, when the battle began to rage furiously, the Kuru hero, Vikarna, mounted on his car, approached that foremost of car warriors, Partiha, the younger brother of Bhima, showering upon him terrible shafts, thick and long. Then, cutting Vikarna bow, furnished with a tog, string, and horns overlaid with gold, Arjuna cut off his flagstaff, and Vikarna, beholding his flagstaff cut off, speedily took to flight. And after Vikarna flight, Satruntapa, unable to suppress his ear, began to afflict Partiha, that obstructor of foes and achiever of superhuman feats, by means of a perfect shower of arrows. And drowned as it were in the midst of the Kuru array, Arjuna, pierced by that mighty warrior, King Satruntapa, pierced the latter in return with 5, and then slew his car driver with 10 shafts, and pierced by that bull of the Bharata haste with an arrow capable of cleaving the thickest coat of mail. Satruntapa fell dead on the field of battle, like a tree from a mountain top, torn up by the wind. And those brave bulls among men, mangled in battle by that braver bull among men, began to waver and tremble like mighty forest, shaken by the violence of the wind that blows at the time of the universal dissolution. And struck in battle by Partiha, the son of Vasava, those well-dressed heroes among men, those givers of wealth, endowed with the energy of Vasava, defeated and deprived of life, began to mastery their lengths on the ground, like full-grown Himalayan elephants clad in mails of black steel decked with gold, and like unto a hanging fire consuming a forest at the close of summer, that foremost of men, yielding the Gandiva, hanged the field in all directions, slaying his foes in battle thus. And as the wind hangeth at will, scattering masses of clouds and fallen leaves in the season of spring, so did that foremost of car warriors, Kiritin, hanged in that battle, scattering all his foes before him, and soon slaying the red steeds yoked unto the car of Sangramajiti, the brother of Vikartana son, that hero decked in diadem, and ended with great vigor, then cut off his antagonist's head by a crescent-shaped arrow. And when his brother was slain, Vikartana son of the Sutta caste, mustering all his prowess, hooked at Arjuna, like a hooked elephant with outstretched tusks, or like a tiger at a mighty bull. And the son of Vikarna quickly picks the son of Pandu with 12 shafts in all his steeds, in every part of their bodies, and Virata's son too in his hand, and pushing impetuously against Vikarna's son, who was suddenly advancing against him. Kiritin attacked him fiercely like Gandiva of variegated plumage, swooping down upon a snake. And both of them were foremost of bowmen, and both were endowed with great strength, and both were capable of slaying foes. And seeing that an encounter was imminent between them, the Kauravas, anxious to witness it, stood aloft as lookers on, and beholding the offender Karna, the son of Pandu, excited to fury, and glad also at having him, soon made him, his horses, his car, and car driver invisibly by means of a frightful shower of countless arrows, and the warriors of the Biharatas, headed by Vitima, with their horses, elephants, and cars, fixed by Kiritin, and hindered invisibly by means of his shafts. Their ranks also scattered and broken, began to wail aloud in grief. The illustrious and heroic Karna, however, counteracting with numberless arrows of his own, those shafts by Arjuna's hand, soon burst forth in view, with bow and arrows like a blazing fire. And then there arose the sound of a loud clapping of hands, with the blare of conches and trumpets and kettle drums, made by the Kurus, while they applauded Vikartana's son, who filled the atmosphere with the sound of his bowstring flapping against his fangs. And beholding Kiritin filling the air with the twang of the Gandiva and the upraised tail of the monkey that constitute his flag, and that terrible creature yelling furiously from the top of his flag staff, Karna sent forth a loud roar, and afflicting by means of his shafts Vikartana's son, along with his steeds, car and car driver. Kiritin impetuously poured an arrowy shower on him, casting his eyes on the grandsire and Drona and Kripa. And Vikartana's son also poured upon Partha a heavy shower of arrows like a rain-charged cloud. And the diadem decked Arjuna also covered Karna with a thick downpour of keen-edged shafts, and the two heroes stationed on their cars, creating clouds of keen-edged arrows in a combat carried on by means of countless shafts and weapons, appeared to the spectators like the sun and the moon covered by clouds, and the like-handed Karna, unable to bear the sight of the foe, picked the 4 horses of the diadem-decked hero with whetted arrows, and then struck his car driver with 3 shafts, and his flagstaff with 3. Thus struck that grinder of our adversaries impatiently, that bull of the Kuru haste, Jisnu, yielding the Gandiva like a lion awaked from slumber, furiously attacked Karna by means of strength-going arrows, and afflicted by the arrowy shower, that illustrious achiever of superhuman deeds soon displayed a thick shower of arrows in return, and he covered Karna's car with countless shafts like the sun covering the different walls with rays, and like a lion attacked by an elephant, Arjuna, taking some keen crescent-shaped arrows from out of his quiver, and drawing his bow to his ear, fixed the Sutta son on every part of his body. And that grinder of foes fixed Karna's arms and thighs and head and forehead and neck and other principal parts of his body with whetted shafts, and with the impetuosity of the thunderbolt, and shot from the Gandiva in battle, and mangled and afflicted by the arrows shot by Partha, the son of Pandu. Vikartana son quitted the van of battery and quickly took to flight, like an elephant vanquished by another. After the son of Hadiha had fled from the field, other warriors headed by Duryodhana, one after another, fell upon the son of Pandu with their respective divisions, and like the shore withstanding the fury of the surging sea, that warrior withstood the rage of that countless host rushing towards him, arrayed in order of battle and showering clouds of arrows, and that foremost of cow warriors, Kunti's son, Vibihatsu, of white steeds, rushed towards the foe, discharging celestial weapons all the while. Partha soon covered all the points of the horizon with countless arrows shot from the Gandiva, like the sun covering the whole earth with his rays. And amongst those that fought on cars and horses and elephants, and amongst the mail-clad foot soldiers, there was none that had on his body a space of even 2 fingers, breathed unwounded, with sharp arrows, and for his dexterity in applying celestial weapons, and for the training of the steeds and the skill of Uttara, and for the coursing of his weapons, and his prowess and like-handedness. People began to regard Arjuna as the fire that blazed forth during the time of the universal dissolution, for consuming all the created things. And none amongst the four could cast his eyes on Arjuna, who shone like a blazing fire of great effulgence, and mangled by the arrows of Arjuna. The hostile hanks looked like newly risen clouds on the breast of a hill reflecting the solar rays, or like groves of Asoka trees resplendent with clusters of flowers. Indeed, afflicted by the arrows of Partha, the soldiers looked like these, or like a beautiful garland whose flowers gradually wither and drop away. And the all-pervading wind bore on its wings in the sky the torn flags and umbrellas of the hostile host, and affrighted at the havoc amongst their own ranks, the steeds fled in all directions, freed from their yokes by means of Partha arrows, and dragging after them broken portions of cars and elephants struck on their ears, and ribs, and tusks, and nether lips, and other delicate parts of the body began to drop down on the battlefield. And the earth, bestrewn in a short time with the corpses of elephants belonging to the Kauravas, looked like the sky overcast with masses of black clouds. And as that fire of blazing flames at the end of the Yuga consumeth all perishable things of the world, both mobile and immobile, so did Partha consumeth all foes in battle, and by the energy of his weapons, and the twang of his bow, and the preternatural yells of the creatures stationed on his flag staff, and the terrible horror of the monkey, and by the blast of his conch, that might grinder of foes, Vibhatsu, struck terror into the hearts of all the troops of Duryodhana. And the strength of every hostile warrior seemed as it were to be levelled to the dust at the very sight of Arjuna, and unwilling to commit the daring act of sin of slaying them that were defenceless, Arjuna suddenly fell back and attacked the arm from behind, by means of clouds of keen-edged arrows, proceeding towards their arms like hawks let off by fowlers, and he soon covered the entire welkin with clusters of blood-drinking arrows, and as the rays of the powerful sun, entering a small vessel, are contracted within it for want of space, so the countless shafts of Arjuna could not find space for their expansion, even within the vast welkin. Foes were able to behold Arjuna car when near on us, for immediately after they were with their horses sent to the other world, and as his arrows, unobstructed by the bodies of foes, always passed through them, so his car, unimpeded by hostile hands, always passed through the latter. And indeed he began to toss about and agitate the hostile troops with great violence, like the thousand-headed Vasuki sporting in the great ocean. And as Kiritin incessantly shot his shafts, the noise of the bowstring, transcending every sound, was so loud that the like of it had never been heard before by created beings. And the elephants crowding the field, their bodies pierced with arrows with small intervals between, looked like black clouds coruscated with solar rays, and hanging in all directions and shooting right and left. Arjuna's bow was always to be seen drawn to a perfect circle, and the arrows of the elder of the Gandiva never fell upon anything except the arm, even as the eye never dwelleth on anything that is not beautiful. And as the track of a herd of elephants marching through the forest is made of itself, so as the track was made of itself for the car of Kiritin, and struck and mangled by Partha, the hostile warriors tugged death. Verily, Indra himself, desirous of Partha's victory, accompanied by all the immortals, is slaying us. And they also regarded Vijaya, who was making a terrible slaughter around, to be none else than Death himself, who having assumed the form of Arjuna, was slaying all creatures. And the troops of the Kurus, struck by Partha, were so mangled and shattered that the scene looked like the achievement of Partha himself, and could be compared with nothing else save what was observable in Partha combats. And he severed the heads of foes, even as Hippias cut off the tops of the deciduous herbs. And the Kurus all lost their energy, owing to the terror begot of Arjuna, and tossed and mangled by the Arjuna gall. The forest of Arjuna foes had damned the earth with purply secretions, and the dust mixed with blood, uplifted by the wind, made the very rays of the sun head there still, and soon the sun-decked sky became so red that it looked very much like the evening. Indeed, the sun ceaseth to shed his rays as soon as he sets, but the son of Pandu ceased not to shoot his shafts, and that hero of inconceivable energy, overwhelmed by means of all celestial weapons, all the great bowmen of the enemy, all told they were possessed of great prowess. And Arjuna then shot 73 arrows of sharp points at Drona, and 10 at Dusaha, and 8 at Drona's son, and 12 at Dusasana, and 3 at Kripa, the son of Saradivat, and that slayer of foes pierced Vihisma, the son of Santanu, with arrows, and King Duryodhana with 100. And lastly he pierced Karna in the ear with a bearded shaft. And when that great bowman Karna, skilled in all weapons, was thus pierced, and his horses and car driver were all destroyed, the troops that supported him began to break. And beholding those soldiers break and give away, the son of Virata, desirous of knowing Partha's purpose, addressed him on the field of battle, and said, standing on this beautiful car, with myself as charioteer, towards which division shall I go? For, commanded by thee, I will soon take thee thither. Arjuna replied, Yonder auspicious warrior, whom thou seest cased in coat of tiger skin, and stationed on his car, furnished with a blue flag, and drawn by head steeds, is Kripa. There is to be seen the one of Kripa division. Take me thither. I shall show that great bowman my swift handedness in archery, and that warrior whose flag beareth the device of an elegant water pot worked in gold is the preceptor Drona, that foremost of all yielders of weapons. He is always an object of regard with me, as also with all bearers of arms. Do thou, therefore, circumambulate that great hero cheerfully. Let us bend our heads there, for that is the eternal virtue. If Drona strikes my body first, then I shall strike him, for then he will not be able to resent it. There, close to Drona, that warrior whose flag beareth the device of a bow, is the preceptor son, the great car warrior Asvatihaman, who is always an object of regard with me, as also with every bearer of arms. Do thou, therefore, stop again and again, while thou comest by his car. There, that warrior who stayeth on his car, cased in golden mail, and surrounded by a third part of the arm, consisting of the most efficient troops, and whose flag beareth the device of an elephant in a ground of gold, is the illustrious king Duryodhana, the son of Dhritarashtra. Take before him this thy car that is capable of grinding hostile cars. This king is difficult of being vanquished impatiently, and is capable of grinding all foes. He is regarded as the first of all Drona disciples in lightness of hand. I shall impatiently show him my superior swiftness in archery. There, that warrior whose flag beareth the device of a stout sword for binding elephants is Karna, the son of Vikartana. I read no to thee. When thou comest before that wicked son of Hadiha, be thou very careful, for he always challengeth me to an encounter, and that warrior whose flag is blue and beareth the device of 5 stars with a sun, and who endeth with great energy, stayeth on his car, holding a hook bow in hand, and wearing excellent fences, and over whose head is an umbrella of pure white, who standeth at the head of a multitudinous array of cars with various flags and banners like the sun in advance of masses of black clouds, and whose mail of gold looks bright as the sun or the moon, and who with his helmet of gold striketh terror into my heart, is Pihisma, the son of Santanu, and the grandsire of us all, entertained with regal splendor by Duryodhana. He is very partial and well affected towards that prince. Let him be approached last of all, for he may, even now, be an obstacle to me, while fighting with me. Do thou carefully guide the steeds, thus addressed by him, Virata son, guided Savyasakhin, car with great alacrity towards the spot where Kripa stood anxious to fight, and the hanks of those fierce bowmen, the Kurus, looked like masses of clouds in the rainy season, drifting before a gentle wind, and close stood the enemy horses, ridden by terrible warriors, and there were also elephants of terrible mien, looking resplendent in beautiful armor, ridden by skilled combatants, and urged on with iron claws and hooks, and mounted on a beautiful car, Sakra came there accompanied by the Celestials, the Visvas and Maruts, and clothed with gods, Yakishas, Gandharvas, and Nagas. The firmament looked as resplendent as it does when bespangled with the planetary constellation in a cloudless night. and the celestials came there, each on his own car, desirous of beholding the efficacy of their weapons in human warfare, and for witnessing also the fierce and might combat that would take place when Bhishma and Arjuna would meet, and embellished with gems of every kind, and capable of going everywhere at the will of the rider, the heavenly car of the Lord of the Celestials, whose hoof was upheld by 100,000 pillars of gold, which, one made entirely of jewels and gems, was conspicuous in the clear sky. And there appeared on the scene 33 gods, with Vasava, and Gandharvas, and Rakshasas, and Nagas, and Pitris, together with the great rishis. And seated on the car of the Lord of the Celestials appeared the effulgent persons of King Vasumanas, and Valakishas, and Supratardana, and Astaka, and Sivi, and Yayati, and Nahusha, and Gaia, and Manu, and Puru, and Hagihu, and Bihanu, and Krisasva, and Sagara, and Nala, and there shone in a splendid array, each in its proper place, the cars of Agni, and Isa, and Soma, and Varuna, and Prajapati, and Dihatri, and Vidihatri, and Kuvera, and Yama, and Alambuzha, and Ugrasena, and others, and of the Gandharva Tumburu, and all the celestials and the siddhas and all the foremost of sages came there to behold that encounter between Arjuna and the Kurus, and the sacred fragrance of celestial garlands filled the air like that of blossoming woods at the advent of spring, and the head and head dish umbrellas and robes and garlands and hamaras of the gods, as they were stationed there, looked exceedingly beautiful, and the dust of the earth soon disappeared, and effulgence lit up everything, and redolent of divine perfumes, the breeze began to soothe the combatants, and the firmament seemed ablaze and exceedingly beautiful, decked with already arrived and arriving cars of handsome and various make, are illuminated with diverse sorts of jewels, and brought thither by the foremost of the celestials, and surrounded by the celestials, and wearing a garland of lotuses and lilies, the powerful elder of the thunderbolt looked exceedingly beautiful on his car, and the slayer of Vala, Outhog, he steadfastly gazed at his son on the field of battle, was not satiated with such gazing. Beholding the arm of the Kurus arrayed in order of battle, that descendant of the Kuru race, Partha, addressing Virata's son, said, "Do thou proceed to the spot where Kripa, the son of Saradivat, is going by the southern side of that car, whose flag is seen to bear the device of a golden altar." Hearing these words of the Dhananjaya, the son of Virata, urged, without a moment delay, those steeds of silvery hue decked in golden armor, and making them adopt, one after another, every kind of the swifter passes, he urged those fiery steeds, assembling them one in color, and versed in horse lore. Uttara, having approached the Kuru host, turned back those steeds, and went with the speed of the wind, and skilled in guiding vehicles, the prince of Matisia, sometimes whirling about, and sometimes proceeding in circular masses, and sometimes turning to the left, began to bewilder the Kurus, and whirling round, the intrepid and mighty son of Virata at last approached the car of Kripa, and stood confronting him. Then, announcing his own name, Arjuna, powerful, believed that the best of conscience, called Devadatta, of loud blare, and blow on the field of battle, but the mighty Jisnu, the blade of that conch, was heard like the splitting of a mountain, and seeing that the conch did not break into 100 fragments when blown by Arjuna, the Kurus, with all their warriors, began to applaud it highly. And having reached the very heavens, that sound coming back was heard even like the crash of the thunderbolt hurled by Magiravat on the mountain breast. Thereupon that heroic and intrepid and might warrior, Saradivat son, Kripa, endowed with strength and prowess, waxing wroth at Arjuna, and unable to bear that sound, and eager for fight, took up his own seer-begotten conch and blew it vehemently, and filling the three walls with that sound, that foremost of warriors took up a large bow and twanged the bowstring powerfully, and those mighty warriors, equal unto two suns, standing opposite to each other, shone like two masses of autumnal clouds. Then Saradivat son quickly picked Partiha, that slayer of hostile heroes, with 10 swift and whetted arrows, capable of entering into the very vitals, and Pritiha son, on his part, drawing that foremost of weapons, the Gandiva, celebrated over the world, shot innumerable arrows, all capable of penetrating into the very core of the body. Thereupon Kripa, by means of whetted shafts, cut into hundreds and thousands of fragments those blood-drinking arrows of Patiha before they could come up. Then that mighty warriors, Patiha, in wrath, displaying various manoeuvres, covered all sides with a shower of arrows, and covering the entire walking with his shafts, that mighty warrior of immeasurable soul, the son of Pritha, enveloped Kripa with hundreds of shafts, and sorely afflicted by those whetted arrows, assembling flames of fire, Kripa waxed wroth, and quickly afflicting the high-souled Partiha of immeasurable prowess with 10,000 shafts, set up on the field of battle a loud roar. Then the heroic Arjuna quickly picked the 4 steeds of his adversary with 4 fatal arrows shot from the Gandiva, sharp and strength, and furnished with golden wings, and pierced by means of those whetted arrows, assembling flames of fire, those steeds suddenly heard themselves, and in consequence Kripa healed of his place, and seeing Gautama thrown off his place, the slayer of hostile heroes, the descendant of the Kuru race, out of regard for his opponent's dignity, ceased to discharge his shafts at him. Then, regaining his proper place, Gautama quickly picked Savyasaki with 10 arrows furnished with feathers of the kanka bird. Then, with a crescent-shaped arrow of keen-edged, Partiha cut off Kripa bow and leathern fences, and soon Partiha cut off Kripa coat of mail, also by means of arrows capable of penetrating the very vitals. But he did not wound his person, and divested of his coat of mail, his body resembled that of a serpent which hath in season cast off its slug. And as soon as his bow had been cut off by Partha, Gautama took up another and stringed it in a trice. And strange to say, that bow of him was also cut off by Kunti's son, by means of strength shafts. And in this way that slayer of hostile heroes, the son of Pandu, cut off other bows as soon as they were taken up, one after another, by Saradivat's son. And when all his bows were thus cut off, that mighty hero hurled from his car at Pandu's son a javelin like unto the blazing thunderbolt. Thereupon, as the gold-ducked javelin came whizzing through the air with the flash of a meteor, Arjuna cut it off by means of 10 arrows, and beholding his dart, Thus cut off by the intelligent Arjuna, Kripa quickly took up another bow and almost simultaneously shot a number of crescent-shaped arrows. Partha, however, quickly cut them into fragments by means of 10 keen-edged shafts, and with great energy. The son of Pritha, then inflamed with wrath on the field of battle, discharged 3 and 10 arrows wetted on stone, and resembling flames of fire. And with one of these he cut off the yoke of his adversary car, and with 4 fixed his 4 steeds, and with the 6th he severed the head of his antagonist's car driver from off his body, and with 3 that might car warrior fixed in that encounter the triple bamboo pole of Kripa car, and with 2 its wells, and with the 12th arrow he cut off Kripa flagstaff, and with the 13th Falguni, who was like Indra himself, as if smiling in derision, fixed Kripa in the breast. Then with his bow cut off, his car broken, his steeds slain, his car driver killed. Kripa leaped down and taking up a mace quickly hurled it at Arjuna. That heavy and polished mace hurled by Kripa was sent back along its course, struck by means of Arjuna arrows, and then the warriors, the arrows of his queen, wrathful son of Saradivat, encountered Partha from all sides and covered him with their arrows. Then the son of Virata, turning the steed to the left, began to perform circuitous evolution called Yamaka, and thus withstood all those warriors and those illustrious bulls among men, taking Kripa with them who had been deprived of his car, led him away from the vicinity of Dhananjaya, the son of Kunti. After Kripa had thus been taken away, the invincible Drona of head steeds, taking up his bow, to which he had already stringed an arrow, hooked towards Arjuna of white steeds, and beholding at no great distance from him the preceptor advancing on his golden car, Arjuna, that foremost of victorious warriors, addressing Uttara, said, "Blessed be thou, carry me before that warrior on whose high banner top is seen a golden altar resembling a long flame of fire and decked with numerous flags placed around, and whose car is drawn by steeds that are head and large, exceedingly handsome and highly trained, of face pleasant and of quiet mien, and like unto corals in color, and with faces of coppery hue. For that warrior is Drona, with whom I desire to fight, of long arms and endowed with might energy, possessed of strength and beauty of person, celebrated over all the world for his prowess, resembling Usanas himself in intelligence and Vrihaspati in knowledge of morality. He is conversant with the 4 Vedas and devoted to the practice of Brahmacharya virtues. The use of the celestial weapons, together with the mysteries of their withdrawal, and the entire science of weapons, always reside in him. Forgiveness, self-control, truth, abstention from injury, rectitude of conduct, these and countless other virtues always dwell in that regenerate one. I desire to fight with that highly blessed one on the field. Therefore, take me before the preceptor and carry me thither. Thus addressed by Arjuna, Virata's son urged his steeds, decked with gold, towards the car of Viharadvaja's son, and Drona pushed towards the impetuously advancing Partha, the son of Pandu, that foremost of car warriors, like an infuriate elephant pushing towards an infuriate compeer. And the son of Viharadvaja then blew his conch, whose blare resembled that of 100 trumpets, and at that sound the whole arm became agitated, like the sea in a tempest. And beholding those excellent steeds, head in Hui, mingling in battle with Arjuna steeds of swan-like whiteness, and with the speed of the mind, all the spectators were filled with wonder. And seeing on the field of battle those car warriors, the preceptor Drona and his disciple Partha, both endowed with prowess, both invincibly, both well trained, both possessed of great energy and great strength, engaged with each other, that mighty host of the Biharatas began to tremble frequently, and that mighty car warrior Partha, possessed of great prowess and filled with joy upon reaching Dronakar on his own, saluted the preceptor, and that slayer of hostile heroes, the mighty Ahmed son of Kunti, then addressed Drona in a humble and sweet tone, saying, "Having completed our exile in the woods, we are now desirous of avenging our wrongs, even invincibly impatily. It doth not behove thee to be angry with us. I will not strike thee unless thou strikest me first. Even this is my intention. It behoveth thee to act as thou choosest." Thus addressed, Drona discharged at him more than 20 arrows. The like-handed Partha cut them off before they could reach him, and at this the mighty Drona, displaying his lightness of hand in the use of weapons, covered Partha Kar with 1,000 arrows, and desirous of angering Partha, that hero of immeasurably soul, then covered his steeds of silvery whiteness with arrows whetted on stone and winged with the feathers of the conca bird. And when the battle between Drona and Kiritin thus commenced, both of them discharging in the encounter arrows of blazing splendor, both well known for their achievements, both equal to the wind itself in speed, both conversant with celestial weapons, and both endowed with mighty energy, began shooting clouds of arrows to bewilder the royal Kishatriyas. And all the warriors that were assembled there were filled with wonder at sight of all these, and they all admired Drona, who quickly shot clouds of arrows, exclaiming, "Well done! Indeed, who else save Falguna is worthy of fighting with Drona in battle? Surely the duties of a Kishatriya are stern, for Arjuna fighteth with even his own preceptor, and it was thus that they who stood on the field of battle said unto one another, and inflamed with fire, those might-armed heroes, standing before each other, and each incapable of overcoming the other, covered each other with arrowy showers. And Biharadivaja, son, waxing wroth, drew his large and incomparable bow, plated on the back with gold, and fixed Falguna with his arrows. And discharging at Arjuna Kar innumerably whetted arrows, possessed of solar effulgence, he entirely shrouded the light of the sun, and that great car warrior of mighty arms violently fixed Pritha's son with keen-edged shafts, even as the clouds shower upon a mountain. Then taking up that foremost of bows, the Gandiva, destructive of foes and capable of withstanding the greatest strain, the impetuous son of Pandu cheerfully discharged countless shafts of various kinds adorned with gold, and that powerful warrior also baffled in a moment Drona arrowy shower by means of those shafts shot from his own bow. And at this the spectators wondered greatly, and the handsome Dhananjaya, the son of Pritha, hanging on his car, displayed his weapons on all sides at the same time, and the entire welkin covered with his arrows became one wide expanse of shade. And at this Drona became invisible like the sun enveloped in mist, and shrouded by those excellent arrows on all sides. Drona looked like a mountain on fire, and beholding his own car completely enveloped by the arrows of pretty son, Drona, that ornament of battle, met his terribly and foremost of bows, whose noise was as loud as that of the clowns. And drawing that first of weapons, which was like unto a circle of fire, he discharged a cloud of keen-edged shafts, and then there were heard on the field loud sounds like the splitting of bamboos set on fire, and that warrior of immeasurably soul, shooting from his bow arrows furnished with golden wings, covered all sides, shrouding the very light of the sun, and those arrows with knots well peeled off and furnished with golden wings, looked like flocks of birds in the sky, and the arrows discharged by Drona from his bow, touching one another at the wings, appeared like an endless line in the sky. And those heroes, thus discharging their arrows decked with gold, seemed to cover the sky with showers of meteors, and furnished with feathers of the conker bird. Those arrows looked like holes of cranes hanging in the autumnal sky, and the fierce and terrible encounter that took place between the illustrious Drona and Arjuna resembled that between Virata and Vasava of old, and discharging arrows at each other from bows drawn at their fullest stretch. They resembled two elephants assailing each other with their tusks. And those wrathful warriors, those ornaments of battle, fighting strictly according to the established usage, displayed in that conflict various celestial weapons in due order. Then that foremost of victorious men, Arjuna, by means of his keen shafts, resisted the whetted arrows shot by that best of preceptors, and displaying before the spectators various weapons, that hero of terrible prowess covered the sky with various kinds of arrows. And beholding that tiger among men, Arjuna, endowed with fierce energy, and intent upon striking him, that foremost of warriors and best of preceptors, began to fight with him playful by means of smooth and strength arrows. And Biharadivaja's son fogged on with Falguna, resisting with his own the celestial weapons shot by the former, and the fight that took place between those enraged lions among men, incapable of bearing each other, was like unto the encounter between the gods and the Danavas, and the son of Pandu, repeatedly baffled with his own, the Aindra, the Vayaviya, and the Agneya weapons that were shot by Drona, and discharging keen shafts, those marked bowmen by their arrowy showers, completely covered the sky and made a wide expanse of shade. And then the arrows shot by Arjuna, failing on the bodies of hostile warriors, produced the crash of thunderbolt. Elephants, cars, and horses, bathed in blood, looked like Kingsuka trees crowned with flowers. And in that encounter between Drona and Arjuna, beholding the field covered with arms decked with bangles and gorgeously attired car warriors, and coats of mail variegated with gold, and with banners lying scattered all about, and with warriors slain by means of Partha arrows, the Kuru host became panic-stricken, and shaking their bows capable of bearing much strain. Those combatants began to shroud and weaken each other with their shafts, And the encounter that took place between Drona and Kunti's son was dreadful in the extreme and resembled that between Vali and Vasava. And staking their very lives, they began to pierce each other's strength, arrows shot from their full stretched bowstrings. And a voice was heard in the sky applauding Drona and saying, "Difficult is the feat performed by Drona, inasmuch as he fighteth with Arjuna, that grinder of foes, that warrior endowed with might energy, of firm grasp, and invincibly, imbatably, that conqueror of both celestials and deities, that foremost of all car warriors." And beholding Partiha infallibility, training, fleetness of hand, and the hands also of Arjuna arrows, Drona became amazed. And lifting up his excellent bow, the Gandiva, the unforbearing Partiha drew it now with one hand, and now with another, shot an arrowy shower. And beholding that shower, resembling a flight of locusts, the spectators wondering applauded him, exclaiming, "Excellent!" And so ceaselessly did he shot his arrows, that the very air was unable to penetrate the thick array. And the spectators could not perceive an interval between the taking up of the arrows and letting them off. And in that fierce encounter, characterized by lightness of hand in the discharge of weapons, Partiha began to shoot his arrows more quickly than before, and then at once hundreds and thousands of strength arrows fell upon Drona Kah, and beholding Drona completely covered by the wielder of the Gandiva with his arrows, the Kuru arm set up exclamation of "Oh!" and "Alas!" And Maghavat, together with those Gandharvas and Apsaras that have come there, applauded the flatness of Partiha's hand, and that mighty warrior, the preceptor son, then resisted the Pandava with a mighty array of cars, and Authog enraged with Arjuna, yet as Vatihaman mentally admired that feat of the high-souled son of Pritha, and waxing wroth, he rushed towards Partiha, and discharged at him an arrowy shower, like a heavy downpour by the cloud. And turning his steeds towards Drona's son, Partiha gave Drona an opportunity to leave the field, and thereupon the latter, wounded in that terrible encounter, and his mail and banner gone speed away by the aid of swift horses. Then Drona's son rushed to an encounter with Arjuna immediately, and beholding his rush to the conflict like a hurricane, showering shafts like a rain-charged cloud, Pritha's son saved him with a cloud of arrows, and terribly was the encounter between them, like that between the gods and the Danavas, and they shot arrows at each other like Virata and Vasava, and the welkin being enveloped on all sides with arrows, the sun was completely hidden, and the air itself was hushed. And as they assailed and struck each other, loud sounds arose as of bamboos on fire, and as Vatihaman horses, being sorely afflicted by Arjuna, they became bewildered and could not ascertain which way to go. And as Pritha's son hanged on the field, the powerful son of Drona, finding an opportunity, cut off the string of the Gandiva, with an arrow punctured with a horse-shoe head, and beholding that extraordinary feat of his, the celestials applauded him highly, and exclaiming, "Well done!" Drona and Bhisma and Karna and the mighty warrior Kripa all applauded that feat of his greatly, and the son of Drona, drawing his excellent bow, pierced with his shafts, punctured with the feathers of the conquer bird, the priest of Partiha, that boo among warriors. Thereupon, with a loud laughter, the might Ahmed son of Pritha attached a strong and fresh string to Gandiva, and moistening his bowstring with the sweat that stood on his forehead, resembling the crescent moon, Pritha son advanced towards his adversary, even as an infuriated leader of a herd of elephants who shot at another elephant. And the encounter that took place between those two matchless heroes on the field of battle was exceedingly fierce, and made the breastless of the spectators stand on their ends. And as those heroes, endowed with might energy, fought on the two mighty elephants, the Kurus beheld them with wonder. And those brave bulls among men assailed each other with arrows of snake forms, and resembling blazing fires. And as the couple of keepers belonging to the Pandava was inexhaustibly, that hero was able to remain on the field immovably as a mountain, and as Vatihaman arrows, in consequence of his ceaseless discharge in that conflict, were quickly exhausted. It was for this that Arjuna prevailed over his adversary. Then Karna, drawing his large bow with great force, twanged the bowstring, and thereupon arose loud exclamation of awe and alas, and Pritha's son, casting his eyes towards the spot where that bow was twanged, beheld before him the son of Hadiha, and at that sight his wrath was greatly excited, and inflamed with ire and desirous of slaying Karna, that bull of the Kuru race stared at him with rolling eyes, and beholding Partiha turn away from Asvatihaman's side, the Kuru warriors discharged thousands of arrows on Arjuna. And the might Ahmed Dhananjaya, that conqueror of foes, leaving Drona's son, on a sudden hooked towards Karna, and hooking towards Karna, with eyes had done in anger, the son of Kunti, desirous of a single combat with him, said these words. Arjuna said, the time hath now come for making good thy loquacious boast in the midst of the assembly. There is none equal to thee in fight. Today, contending with me in terrible conflict, thou shalt know thy own strength, and shalt no longer disregard others. Abandoning good breeding, thou hast uttered many harsh words. But this that thou endeavorest to do is, I think, exceedingly difficult. Do thou now, contending with me in the sight of the Kurus, make good what thou hast said before in disregard of myself. Thou who hast witnessed Panchala prince outraged by villains in the midst of the court, do thou now reap the fruit of that act of thine, fettered by the bonds of morality, before desisted from vengeance then. Behold now the fruit of that wrath in conflict at hand. We have suffered much misery in that forest for full 12 years. Heap thou today the fruits of our concentrated vengeance. Come, cope with me in battle. Let these thy Kaurava warriors witness the conflict. Hearing these words, Karna replied, do thou accomplish indeed what thou sayest in words? The world knows that thy words verily exceed thy deed. That thou hast forborne formerly was owing to thy inability to do anything. If we witness thy prowess even now, we may acknowledge its truth. If thy past forbearance was due to thy having been bound by bonds of morality, truly thou art equally bound now, although thou regardest thyself free. Having, as thou sayest, passed thy exile in the woods, in strict accordance with thy pledge, and being therefore weakened by practicing an ascetic course of life, how canst thou desire a combat with me now? If Sakra himself fight on thy side, still I won't feel no anxiety in putting forth my prowess. Thy wish is about to be gratified. Do thou fight with me now and behold my strength. Hearing this, Arjuna said, even now thou hast fled from battle with me, and it is for this that thou livest although thy younger brother hath been slain. What other person save thee, having beheld his younger brother slain in battle, would himself fly from the field, and boast as thou dost, amid good and true men? Having said these words unto Karna, the invincible Vibhihatsu rushed at him and charged a volley of shafts capable of penetrating through a coat of mail. But that mighty warrior, Karna, received with great alacrity that discharge with an arrowy shower of his own, heavy as the downpour of the clouds, and that fierce volley of arrows covered all sides and severely pierced the steeds and arms and leathern fences of the combatants, and incapable of putting up with that assault, Arjuna cut off the strings of Karna quiver by means of a straight and sharp arrow. Thereupon, taking out from his quiver another arrow, Karna pierced the Pandava in the hand, at which the latter hold of the bow was loosened, and then the might-armed Partha cut off Karna's bow into fragments, and Karna replied by hurling a dart at his adversary, but Arjuna cut it off by means of his arrows, and then the warriors that followed the son of Hadha rushed in crowds at Arjuna, but Partha sent them out to the abode of Yama by means of arrows shot from the Gandiva, and Vibhihatsu slew the steeds of Karna by means of sharp and tall arrows shot from the bowstring drawn to the ear, and deprived of life they dropped down on the ground. And taking another sharp and blazing arrow, and with great energy, the mighty son of Kunti pierced the breast of Karna, and that arrow, cleaving through his mail, penetrated into his body, and at this Karna's vision was obscured, and his senses left him, and regaining consciousness, he felt a great pain, and leaving the combat, fled in a northerly direction. And at this the mighty warrior Arjuna and Uttara both began to address him contumely. Having defeated Vikartana's son, Arjuna said unto the son of Virata, take me towards that division where yonder device of a golden palmyra is seen. There our grandfather, Santanu's son, like unto a celestial, waiteth desirous of an encounter with me. Thereupon, beholding that mighty host thronged with cars and horses and elephants, Uttara, sorely pierced with arrows, said, I am no longer able to guide thy excellent steeds. My spirit is dropped, and my mind is exceedingly bewildered. All the directions seem to be whirling before my eyes in consequence of the energy of the celestial weapons used by thee and the Kurus. I have been deprived of my senses by the stench of fat and blood and flesh. Beholding all these from terror, my mind is, as it were, cleft in twain. Never before had I beheld such a muster of heroes in battle, and at the flapping of fences, and the blare of conches, the leoline roars made by the warriors, and the shrieks of elephants, and the twang of the Gandiva resembling the thunder, I have been so stupefied that I have been deprived of both hearing and memory. And beholding thee incessantly drawing to a circle in course of the conflict, the Gandiva, which assembleth a circle of fire, my sight faileth me, and my heart is rent asunder. And seeing thy fierce form impately, like that of the wielder of the pinnacle, while inflamed with wrath, and looking also at the terrible arrows shot by thee, I am filled with fear. I fail to see when thou takest up thy excellent arrows, when thou fixest them on the bowstring, and when thou lettest them off. And thou, all this is done before my eyes, yet deprived of my senses, I do not see it. My spirits are dropping, and earth itself seems to be swimming before me. I have no strength to hold the whip and the hands. Hearing these words, Arjuna said, Do thou not fear, assure thyself, thou also hast on the field of battle performed wonderful feats. Blessed be thou, thou art a prince, and born in the illustrious line of Matisias. It behoveth thee not to feel dispirited in chastising thy foes. Therefore, stationed on my car, muster all thy fortitude, and hold the reins of my steeds, when once more become engaged in battle. Having said this unto Virata's son, that best of men and foremost of car warriors, the might-armed Arjuna again addressed the son of Virata, saying, Take me without delay to the van of Bhisma division. I will cut off his very bowstring in the battle. Thou shalt behold today the celestial weapons of blazing beauty, shot by me, look like flashes of lightning disporting amid the clouds in the sky. The Kauravas shall behold the gold-decked back of my Gandiva today, and assembled together the four shall dispute, saying, By which hand of his, the right or the left, doth he shot? And I shall cause a dreadful river to flow today towards the other world, with blood for its waters, and cars for its eddies, and elephants for its crocodiles. I shall today, with my strength arrows, extirpate the cruel forest, having hands and feet and heads and backs and arms for the branches of its trees. Alone, bow in hand, vanquishing the cruel host, 100 paths shall open before me like those of a forest in conflagration. Struck by me thou shalt today behold the cruel arm moving round and round like a well. I shall show thee today my excellent training in arrows and weapons. Stay thou on my car firmly, whether the ground be smooth or uneven. I can pierce with my winged arrows even the mountain of Sumeru that stands touching the very heavens. I slew of old, at Indra command, hundreds and thousands of Paulomas and Kalakihanjas in battle. I have obtained my firmness of grasp from Indra, and my lightness of hand from Brahman, and I have learned various modes of fierce attack and defense amid crowds of foes from Prajapati. I vanquished on the other side of the great ocean 60,000 of car warriors, all fierce archers, residing in Hiranyapura. Behold, now I defeat the multitudinous host of the Kurus, like a tempest scattering a heap of cotton. With my fiery arrows I shall today set the Kuru forest to fire, having banners for its trees, the foot soldiers for its shrubs, and the car warriors for its beasts of prey, like unto the yelder of the thunderbolt, overthrowing the Danavas. Alone I shall, with my strength arrows, bring down from the chambers of their cars the mighty warrior of the Kuru arm, stationed therein, and struggling in the conflict to the best of their power. I have obtained from Rudra the Haudra, from Varuna the Varuna, from Agni the Agneya, from the god of wind the Vayava, and from Sakra the thunderbolt and other weapons. I shall certainly exterminate the fierce the Hartarastra forest, Thog, protected by many Leonine warriors. Therefore, let thy fears be dispelled. Thus assured Basavia Sakhin, the son of Virata, penetrated into that fierce array of castes protected by Vihisma, the son of Ganga. However, of fierce deeds, shall full withstood the might-armed hero, advancing from the desire of vanquishing the heroes in battle. Jisnu, then, confronting Vihisma, cut off his standard clean off at the roots by shooting a gold-ducked arrow, pierced by which it fell to the ground. And at these, 4 might warriors, Dusasana and Vikarna and Dusaha and Vivingisati, skilled in weapons and endowed with great energy, and all decked with handsome garlands and ornaments, rushed towards that terribly bowman. And advancing towards Vibihatsu, that fierce archer, these all encompassed him around. Then the heroic Dusasana pierced the son of Virata with a crescent-shaped arrow, and he pierced Arjuna with another arrow in the breast. And Jisunu, confronting Dusasana, cut off by means of a sharp-edged arrow, furnished with vulturine wings, his adversary bow, plated with gold, and then pierced his person in the breast by means of 5 arrows. And afflicted by the arrows of Patiha, Dusasana fled, leaving the combat. Then Vikarna, the son of Dhritarashtra, pierced Arjuna, that slayer of hostile heroes, by means of sharp and strength arrows, furnished with vulturine wings. But the son of Kunti, within a moment, hit him also in the forehead with strength shafts, and pierced by Arjuna, he fell down from his car, and at this, Dusaha, supported by Vivingisati, covered Arjuna with a cloud of sharp arrows, impelled by the desire of rescuing his brother. The Dhananjaya, however, without the least anxiety, pierced both of them almost at the same instant by means of a couple of keen-edged arrows, and then slew the steeds of both. And thereupon both those sons of Dhritarashtra, deprived of their steeds and their bodies mangled, were taken away by the warrior behind them, who had rushed forward with other cars. Then the unvanquished Vibihatsu, the mighty son of Kunti, decked with diadem and sword of Eam, simultaneously attacked all sides with his arrows. Then all the great car warriors of the Kurus, united together, began to assail Arjuna to the best of their might from all sides. But that hero of immeasurably soul completely covered all those mighty car warriors with clouds of arrows, even as the mist covereth the mountains, and the hordes of huge elephants and conchs, mingling together, produced a loud uproar, and penetrating through the bodies of elephants and horses, as also through steel, coats of mail. The arrows shot by Patiha fell by thousands. And shooting sharps with the utmost celerity, the son of Pandu seemed in that contest to resemble the blazing sun of an autumnal midday, and afflicted with fear, the car warriors began to leap down from their cars, and the horse soldiers from horseback, while the foot soldiers began to fly in all directions. And loud was the clatter made by Arjuna's shafts, as they cleft the coats of mail belonging to mighty warriors, made of steel, silver, and copper. And the field was soon covered with the corpses of warriors mounted on elephants and horses, all mangled by the shafts of Patiha of great impetuosity, like unto singing snakes. And then it seemed as if the Dhananjaya, bow in hand, was dancing on the field of battle, and sorely affrighted at the twang of the Gandiva, resembling the noise of the thunder. Many were the combatants that fled from that terrible conflict, and the field of battle was bestrewn with severed heads decked with turbans, earrings, and necklaces of gold, and the earth looked beautiful by being scattered all over with human trunks, mangled by shafts, and arms having bows in their grasps, and hands decked with ornaments. And in consequence of heads cut off by whetted shafts, ceaselessly falling on the ground, it seemed as if a shower of stones fell from the sky, and that Partiha of formidable prowess, displaying his fierceness, now hanged the field of battle, pouring the terrible fire of his wrath upon the sons of Dhritarashtra, and beholding the fierce prowess of Arjuna, who thus scorched the hostile host, the Kuru warriors, in the very presence of Duryodhana, became dispirited and ceased to fight. And having struck terror into that host and halted those mighty warriors, that foremost of victors hanged on the field, and the son of Pandu then created on the field of battle a dreadful river of blood, with waving billows, like unto the river of death that is created by time at the end of the Yuga, having the dishevelled hair of the dead and the dying for its floating moss and straw, with bows and arrows for its boards, fierce in the extreme, and having flesh and animal juice for its meat, and coats of mail and turbans floated thick on its surface, and elephants constituted its alligators, and the calves its hafts, and marrow and fat and blood constitute its currents, and it was calculated to strike terror into the hearts of the spectators, and dreadful to behold, and fearful in the extreme, and his sounding with the yells of ferocious beasts. Keen-edged weapons constituted its crocodiles, and Hakishasas and other cannibals haunted it from one end to the other, and strings of pearls constituted its ripples, and various excellent ornaments its bubbles, and having swarms of arrows for its fierce edges, and steeds for its tortoises, it was incapable of being crossed, and the mighty warriors constituted its large island, and it has sounded with the blare of conches and the sound of drums, and the river of blood that Partiha created was incapable of being crossed. Indeed, so swift-handed was Arjuna that the spectators could not perceive an interval between his taking up an arrow and fixing it on the bowstring, and letting it off by a stretch of the Gandiva. Then, while a great havoc was being made among the Kurus, Santanu son, Bhisma, and grandsire of the Bharatas rushed at Arjuna, taking up an excellent bow adorned with gold, and many arrows also of keen points, and capable of piercing into the very vitals of the foe, and afflicting him sorely, and in consequence of a white umbrella being held over his head, the tiger among men looked beautiful like unto a hill at the sunrise, and the son of Ganga, blowing his conch, shattered the sons of Dhritarashtra, and welling along his right, came upon Vibhihatsu, and impeded his course. And that slayer of hostile heroes, the son of Kunti, beholding him approach, received him with a glad heart, like a hill receiving a rain-charged cloud, and Bhisma, endowed with great energy, pierced Partiha flag staff with 8 arrows. The arrows reaching the flag staff of Pandu's son, struck the blazing ape and those creatures also stationed in the banner top. And then the son of Pandu, with a mighty javelin of sharp edge, cut off Vihisma umbrella, which instantly fell on the ground. And then the light-handed son of Kunti struck his adversary flagstaff with many shafts, and then his steeds, and then the couple of drivers that protected Vihisma flanks. And unable to bear these, Vihisma took cognizance of the Pandava might, covered the Dhananjaya with a powerful celestial weapon, and the son of Pandu, of immeasurably soul, holding in his hand a celestial weapon at Vihisma, saved death from Vihisma, like a hero receiving a deep mass of clouds. And the encounter that took place between Partha and Vihisma was fierce, and the Kaurava warriors with their troops stood as lookers on. And in the conflict between Vihisma and the son of Pandu, shafts striking against shafts shone in the air like fireflies in the season of rains. And in consequence of Partha shooting arrows with both his right and left hands, the bent Gandiva seemed like a continuous circle of fire, and the son of Kunti then covered Vihisma with hundreds of sharp and keen-edged arrows, like a cloud covering the mountain breast with its heavy downpour. And Vihisma baffled with his own arrows that arrowy shower, like the bank resisting the swelling sea, and covered the son of Pandu in his turn, and those warriors, cut into 1,000 pieces immediately, fell fast in the vicinity of Falguna car, and then there was a downpour from the car of Pandu's son, of arrows furnished with golden wing, and raining through the sky like a flight of locusts. And Vihisma again repelled that arrowy shower with hundreds of wetted shafts shot by him. And then the Kauravas exclaimed, "Excellent! Indeed, Vihisma hath performed an exceedingly difficult feat, inasmuch as he hath fought with Arjuna. The Dhananjaya is mighty and nimble, and dexterous and swift of hand. Who else save Vihisma, the son of Santanu, or Krishna, the son of Devaki, or the mighty son of Viharadvaja, the foremost of preceptors, is able to bear the impetus of Partha immediately, and repelling weapons with weapons, those two bulls of the Viharata race, both endowed with great might, fought on playful and infatuated the eyes of all created beings. And those illustrious warriors hanged on the field of battle, using the celestial weapons obtained from Prajapati, and Indra, and Agni, and the fierce Rudra, and Kuvera, and Varuna, and Yama, and Vayu, and all beings were greatly surprised upon beholding those warriors engaged in combat, and they all exclaimed, "Bravo, Partha of long arms! Bravo, Vihisma!" Indeed, this application of celestial weapons that is being witnessed in the combat between Vihisma and Partha is hard among human beings. Thus hated that conflict with weapons between those warriors conversant with our weapons, and when that conflict of celestial weapons ceased, then commenced a conflict with arrows, and Jisnu, approaching his opponent, cut off with an arrow sharp like a razor the gold-decked bow of Vihisma, within the twinkling of the eye. However, Vihisma, that might-armed and great car warrior, took up another bow and stringed it, and, inflamed with wrath, he showered upon the Dhananjaya a cloud of arrows, and Arjuna, endowed with great energy, rained upon Vihisma innumerably sharp-pointed and keen-edged arrows. And Vihisma shot clouds of arrows upon Pandu's son, and conversant with celestial weapons, and engaged in shooting at each other arrows of keen points. No distinction could then be perceived between those illustrious warriors, and that mighty car warrior, Kunti's son, covered with a diadem, and the heroic son of Santanu obscured the 10 directions with their arrows, and the Pandava covered Bhishma, and Bhishma covered the Pandava with clouds of shafts. And wonderful was this combat that took place in this world of men. And the heroic warriors that protected Bhishma car, slain by the son of Pandu, fell prostrate beside the car of Kunti's son, and the feathery arrows of Setavahana, shot from the Gandiva, fell in all directions, as if with the object of making an wholesale slaughter of the foe. And issuing forth from his car, those blazing arrows, furnished with golden wings, looked like rows of swans in the sky, and all the celestials with Indra, stationed in the firmament, gazed with wonder upon another celestial weapon hurled with great force by that wonderful archer Arjuna. And beholding that wonderful weapon of great beauty, the mighty Gandiva, Hitrasena, highly pleased, addressed the Lord of Celestials, saying, Behold these arrows shot by Patiha, coursing through the sky in one continuous line. Wonderful is the dexterity of Jisnu in evolving this celestial weapon. Human beings are incapable of shooting such a weapon, for it does not exist among men. How wonderful again is this concourse of mighty weapons, existing from days of old. No interval can be perceived between his taking up the arrows, fixing them on the bowstring, and letting them off by stretching the Gandiva. The soldiers are incapable of even looking at the son of Pandu, who is like unto the midday sun blazing in the sky. So also none ventures to look at Bhishma, the son of Ganga. Both are famous for their achievements, and both are of fierce prowess. Both are equal in feats of heroism, and both are difficult of being vanquished impatiently. Thus addressed by the Gandhirva about that combat between Patiha and Bhishma, the Lord of the Celestials paid proper respect unto both by a shower of celestial flowers. Meanwhile, Bhishma, the son of Santanu, assailed Arjuna on the left side, while the drawer of the bow with either hands was on the point of piercing him. And at this Vibhihatsu, lugging around, cut off with an arrow of keen-edged and furnished with vulturine wings, the bow of Bhishma, that hero of solar effulgence. And then Dhananjaya, the son of Kunti, pierced Bhishma in the breast with 10 shafts, although the latter was contending with all his prowess. And sorely afflicted with pain, Ganga, son of mighty arms and irresistibly impatient, stood for a long time leaning on the pole of his car, and beholding him deprived of consciousness, the driver of his car steeds, calling to mind the instructions about protecting the warriors, when in a swan led him away for safety. After Bhishma had fled, leaving the van of Baitli, the illustrious son of Dhritarashtra, hoisting high flag, approached Arjuna, bow in hand and setting up a loud roar, and with a spear-headed shaft shot from his bow, stretched to the ear, he pierced on the forehead of that terrible bowman of fierce prowess, the Dhananjaya, hanging amidst the foes, and pierced with that keen shaft of golden point on the forehead, that hero of famous deeds looked resplendent, like unto a beautiful hill with a single peak. And cut by that arrow, the warm life blood gushed out profusely from the wound, and the blood trickling down his body shone beautiful like a wreath of golden flowers, and struck by Duryodhana with the shaft, the swift-handed Arjuna of unfailing strength, swelling with rage, pierced the king in return, taking up arrows that were endowed with the energy of snakes of virulent poison, and Duryodhana of formidable energy attacked Partha, and Partha also, that foremost of heroes, attacked Duryodhana, and it was that those foremost of men, both born in the race of Ajamida, struck each other alike in the combat. And then, on an infuriate elephant hung as a mountain and supported by 4 cars, Vikarna rushed against Jishnu, the son of Kunti, and beholding that hooked elephant advancing with speed, the Dhananjaya struck him on the head between the temples with an iron arrow of great impetus shot from the bowstring stretched to the ear, and like the thunderbolt hurled by Indra, splitting a mountain, that arrow, furnished with vulturine wings, shot by Partha, penetrated up to the feathers into the body of that elephant, hung as a hill. And sorely afflicted by the shaft, that lord of the elephant species began to tremble, and deprived of strength, fell down on the ground in intense anguish, like the peak of mountain heaven by thunder, and that best of elephants falling down on the earth. Vikarna, suddenly alighting in great terror, ran back full 800 passes and ascended on the car of Vivingsati. And having slain with that thunder-like arrow, that elephant hung as a mighty hill, and looking like a mass of clouds, the son of Pritha, smote Duryodhana in the breast with another arrow of the same kind, and both the elephant and the king having thus been wounded, and Vikarna having broken and fled along with the supporters of the king Kah, the other warriors, smitten with the arrows shot from the Gandiva, fled from the field in panic. And beholding the elephant slain by Partha, and all the other warriors running away, Duryodhana, the foremost of the Kurus, turning away his car, precipitately fled in that direction where Partha was not. And when Duryodhana was fast running away in alarm, pierced by that arrow and vomiting forth blood, Kiritin, still eager for battle and capable of enduring every enemy, thus censured him from wrath, sacrificing thy great fame and glory. Why dost thou fly away, turning thy back? Why are not those trumpets sounded now, as they were when thou hast set out from thy kingdom? Lo, I am an obedient servant of Yudhishthira, myself being the third son of Pritha, standing here for battle. Turn back, show me thy face, and bear in thy mind the behavior of kings. The name Duryodhana, bestowed on thee before, is hereby handed meaningless. When thou runnest away, leaving the battle, where is thy persistence in battle? Neither do I behold thy bodyguards before nor behind. Fly thou away and save thy life, which is dear, from the hands of Pandu's son. The summoned to battle by the illustrious hero, Dhritarashtra's son, turned back, stung by those centuries, like an infuriated and mighty elephant pricked by a hook, and stung by those reproaches and unable to bear them. That mighty and brave car warrior, endowed with great swiftness, turned back on his car, like a snake that is trampled underfoot, and beholding Duryodhana, turned back with his wounds. Karna, that hero among men, decked with a golden necklace, stopped the king on the way, and soothing him, himself proceeded along the north of Duryodhana car to meet Partha in battle. And the might-armed Bhisma also, the son of Santanu, turning back his steeds, decked with gold, enormous in size, and of a tawny hue, rushed bow in hand, for protecting Duryodhana from Partha's hand, and Drona, and Kripa, and Vivingsati, and Dusasana, and others also quickly turning back, pushed forward with speed, with drawn bows and arrows fixed on the bowstrings for protecting Duryodhana. And beholding those divisions advanced towards him like the swelling surges of the ocean, the Dhananjaya, the son of Pritha, quickly hushed at them like a crane hushing at a descending cloud, and with celestial weapons in their hands they completely surrounded the son of Pritha and rained on him from all sides a perfect shower of shafts, like clouds showering on the mountain breast a heavy downpour of rain, and warding off with weapons all the weapons of those bulls among the Kurus, the elder of the Gandiva, who was capable of enduring all foes, evolved another irresistible weapon obtained from Indra, called Sanmohana, and entirely covering the cardinal and other directions with sharp and keen-edged arrows, furnished with beautiful feathers, that mighty hero stupefied their senses with the twang of the Gandiva, and once more, taking up with both his hands that large conch of loud blare, Partha, that slayer of foes, blew it with force and filled the cardinal and other points, the whole earth, the sky, with that noise. And those foremost of the Kuru heroes were all deprived of their senses by the sound of that conch blown by Partha. And all of them stood still, their bows, from which they were never separated, dropping down from their hands. And when the Kuru arm became insensible, Partha, calling to mind the woes of Uttara, addressed the son of the Matsya king, saying, "Go thou among the Kurus, so long as they remain insensible, and bring away the white garments of Drona and Kripa, and the yellow and the handsome ones of Karna, as also the blue ones of the king and Drona's son." Methinks Bhishma is not stupefied, for he knoweth how to counteract this weapon of mine. So pass thou on, keeping his steeds to thy left, for those that are sensible should thus be avoided. Hearing these words, the illustrious son of Matsya, giving up the reins of the steeds, jumped down from the car and taking off the garments of the warriors, came back to his place. And the son of Virata then urged the 4 handsome steeds with flanks adorned with golden armors. And those white steeds, urged on, took Arjuna away from the midst of battlefield, and beyond the array of the infantry, bearing standards in their hands. And Bhishma, beholding that best of men thus going away, struck him with arrows. And Partha, having slain Bhishma, steeds, fixed him with 10 shafts. And abounding Bhishma on the field of battle, having first slain his car driver, Arjuna, with a good-looking bow in hand, came out of that multitude of cars, like the sun emerging from the clouds. And Dhritarashtra's son, that foremost of heroes among the Kurus, recovering his senses, saw the son of Pritha standing like the lord of the celestials, alone on the battlefield, and he said in a hurry, "How hath this one escaped from thee? Do thou afflict him in such a way that he may not escape." And at this Santanu's son, smiling, said unto him, "Where had been this sense of thine, and where had been thy prowess, when thou hast been in a state of unconsciousness, renouncing thy arrows and handsome bow?" Vibhatsu is not addicted to the commission of atrocious deeds, nor is his soul inclined to sin. He renounceth not his principles even for the sake of the 3 words. It is for this only that all of us have not been slain in this battle. Thou foremost of Kuru heroes, go back to the seat of the Kurus, and let Partha go away, having conquered the Kine. Do thou never foolishly throw away thy own good. In thee, that which leadeth to own welfare ought to be accomplished. Having listened to the words of the grandsire that tended to his own welfare, the wrathful King Duryodhana, no longer eager for battle, drew a deep sigh and became silent, and reflecting that the advice of Bhisma was beneficial, and seeing that the Pandavas gained in strength, the other warriors, also desirous of protecting Duryodhana, resolved to return. And beholding those foremost of Kuru heroes departing for their city, the Dhananjaya, the son of Pritha, with a cheerful heart followed them for a while, desirous of addressing and worshipping them. And having worshipped the aged grandsire, the son of Santanu, as also the preceptor Drona, and having saluted with beautiful arrows Drona's son and Kripa and other venerable ones among the Kurus, the son of Pritha broke into fragments Duryodhana crown decked with precious gems, with another arrow, and having saluted all the venerable and brave warriors thus, he filled the three walls with the tongue of the Gandiva, and suddenly blowing his conch called Devadatta, the hero pierced the hearts of all his foes. And having humbled the hostile host, he looked resplendent on his car, decked with a handsome flag, and beholding the Kurus depart, greeting, cheerful said unto Matisia's son, "Turn back thy steeds, thy kind have been recovered, the foe is going away, and do thou also return to thy seat with a cheerful heart." And the Celestials, having witnessed that most wonderful encounter between Falguna and the Kurus, were highly delighted, and went to their respective abodes, reflecting upon Parthiha fiats. Having vanquished the Kurus in battle, that on with eyes like those of a bull brought back that profuse cattle wealth of Virata, and while the Dhartarashtras, after their rout, were going away, a large number of Kuru soldiers, issuing out of the deep forest, appeared with slow steps before Parthiha, their hearts afflicted with fear, and they stood before him with joined palms, and with hair disheveled, and fatigued with hunger and thirst, arrived in a foreign land, insensibly with terror, and confused in mind. They all bowed down unto the son of Pritha, and said, "We are thy slaves." Arjuna said, "Welcome, blessed be ye, go ye away, ye have no cause of fear. I will not take the lives of them that are afflicted, ye have my assurance of protection." Hearing these words of assurance, the assembled warriors greeted him with benedictions in praise of his achievements and fame, and wishing him long life. And the Kauravas were unable to confront Arjuna, while after halting the foe, he proceeded towards the seat of Virata, like an elephant with hand temples. And having halted the whole arm of the Kuru, like a violent wind scattering the clouds, that slayer of foes, Parthiha, wrathful, addressing the prince of Matisia, said, "It is known to thee alone that the sons of Pritha are all living with thy father. Do not eulogize them upon entering the city, for then the king of the Matisias may hide himself in fear. On the other hand, entering the city, do thou proclaim in the presence of thy father that the deed is thy own, saying, By me hath the arm of the Kurus been vanquished, and by me have the kind been recovered from the foe." Uttara said, "The feat thou hast achieved is beyond my power. I do not possess the ability to achieve it. I shall not, however, discover thee to my father, as long as thou wilt not tell me to do it." having vanquished the hostile arm and wrested the whole of the cattle wealth from the Kurus, Jishnu returned again to the cemetery, and having approached the same Sami tree, stood there with body mangled by the arrows of the enemy. Then that terrible monkey, blazing like the fire, ascended into the sky with those other creatures in the flag staff, and the illusion created melted away, and Uttara on banner, bearing the device of a lion, was set up on the car again, and having placed the arrows and quivers of those foremost of the Kuru prince, and also that other weapon, which enhances the fierceness of a battle, the illustrious prince of Matisia set out for the seat with a glad heart, having greeting as his charioteer, and having achieved an exceedingly mighty feat, and slain the foe, Partiha, that slayer of foes, beating his hair into a braid as before, took the reins from Uttara's hands. And that illustrious hero entered the seat of Virata with a cheerful heart, rehabilitating himself as Vrihanala, the cart driver of Uttara. When all the Kauravas, utterly halted and vanquished, set out in a dejected mood for Hastinapura, Falguna, on his way back, addressed Uttara, saying, "Seeing the kind escorted in advance of us by the co-heads, we shall enter Virata metropolis in the afternoon, having tended the steeds with drink and the bath. Let the co-heads dispatched by thee speedily repair to the seat with the good news and proclaim thy victory." Agreeably to Arjuna's words, Uttara speedily ordered the messengers, saying, "Go ye and proclaim the king victory. The foe hath been halted, and the kind have been recovered." And the Matsya and the Bharata prince, having thus consulted together, he approached the same Sami tree, and gratified with the victory they had won, and arrived at the foot of the Sami tree, they wore on their persons and took up on their car the ornaments and robes they had left there, and having vanquished the whole hostile arm and recovered the whole of the wealth from the Kurus, the heroic son of Virata returned to the seat with Vrihanala as his car driver. Having speedily recovered his wealth, Virata, owning a large arm, entered his seat with a cheerful heart, accompanied by the 4 Pandavas, and having vanquished the Trigartas in battle and recovered all the kind, that mighty monarch, along with the sons of Pritha, looked resplendent and blazed forth in beauty, and as the brave king, that enhancer of the joys of friends, was seated on his throne, all his subjects, headed by the Brahmanas, stood before him, and worshipped by them. The king of the Matsyas, at the head of his arm, saluted the Brahmanas and his subjects in return, and dismissed them cheerfully. And Virata, the king of Matsyas, owning a large arm, inquired after Uttara, saying, "Where hath Uttara gone?" And the woman and the maidens of the palace and the other females living in the inner apartments, joyful, said unto him, "Our kind, having been seized by the Kurus, behold Jaya, incensed at this, and from excess of bravery, hath issued forth alone with only Vrihanala as his second, for vanquishing the 6 mighty warriors, Bhisma, the son of Santanu, and Kripa, and Karna, and Duryodhana, and Drona, and Drona's son, who have all come with the Kuru arm." Then King Virata, hearing that his brave son had gone forth with on car, and with Vrihanala as his car driver, became filled with grief, and addressing his chief counselors, said, "Without doubt, the Kauravas and other lords of earth, learning the defeat of the Trigartas, will never keep their ground. Therefore, let those of my warriors that have not been wounded by the trigartas go out, accompanied by might force, for the protection of Uttara. And saying this, the king speedily dispatched for the sake of his son horses and elephants and cars and a large number of foot soldiers, equipped and decked with various kinds of weapons and ornaments. And it was thus that Virata, the king of the Matsuyas, owning a large arm, quickly ordered out a large division consisting of 4 kinds of troops. And having done this, he said, "Learn ye without loss of time whether the prince liveth still or not. I myself think that he who hath got a person of the neuter sex for his car driver is not alive." Then King Yudhishthira the just, smiling, said unto the afflicted King Virata, "If Vrihanala hath been his charioteer, the foe will never be able to take away thy kind today. Protected by that charioteer, thy son will be able to vanquish impatiently all the laws of earth, allied with the Kurus. Indeed, even the gods and the Asuras and the Siddhas and the Yakishas together." Meanwhile, the swift-footed messengers, dispatched by Uttara, having reached Virata's seat, gave tidings of the victory. And the minister-in-chief then informed the king of everything, the great victory that had been won, the defeat of the Kurus, and the expected arrival of Uttara. And he said, "All the kind have been brought back, the Kurus have been defeated, and Uttara, that slayer of foes, is well with his car driver." Then Yudhishthira said, "By good luck it is that the kind have been recovered and the Kurus halted. I do not, however, regard it strange that thy son should have vanquished the Kurus, for his victory is assured that hath Vrihanala for his charioteer." Hearing of the victory of his son, possessed of immeasurably might, King Virata became so glad that the breastless of his body stood erect, and having made presents of high mans unto the messengers, he ordered his ministers, saying, "Let the highways be decorated with flags, and let all the gods and goddesses be worshipped with flowery offerings, and let princes and brave warriors and musicians and harlots decked in ornaments march out to receive my son. And let the bellman speedily riding an intoxicated elephant, proclaiming my victory at places where 4 hordes meet. And let Uttara, in gorgeous attire, and surrounded by virgins and chanters of eulogies, go forth to receive my son." Having listened to these words of the king, all the citizens with auspicious things in hand, and men amongst them with cymbals and trumpets and conches, and beautiful women attired in gorgeous robes, and reciters of auspicious and sacred hymns, accompanied by encomiasts and minstrels and drummers and other kinds of musicians, issued forth from the seat of the mighty Virata to welcome Uttara of immeasurably prowess. And having dispatched troops and maidens and courtesans decked in ornaments, the wise king of the Matsuyas cheerfully said these words, "Fetch the dice, and let the play commence." The son of Pandu replied, saying, "We have heard it said that one whose heart is filled with joy should not play with a cunning gambler. I do not, therefore, dare gamble with thee that are so transported with joy. I am ever desirous of doing what is for thy good. Let the play, however, commence, if it pleases thee." Virata said, "My female slaves and kind, my gold, and whatsoever other wealth I have, nothing of all these shalt thou be able to protect today, even if I do not gamble." Kanka said in reply, "What business hast thou with gambling, which is attended with numerous evils? Gambling is fraught with many evils. It showed Therefore, be shunned. Thou mayst have seen or at least heard of Yudhishthira, the son of Pandu. He lost his extensive and prosperous kingdom, and his godlike brothers at dice. For this I am averse to gambling. If thou likest, I will play. While the play was going on, Matisia said unto the son of Pandu, Lo, the Kauravas that are so formidably have been vanquished impotently by my son. Upon this, the illustrious king Yudhishthira said, Why should not he conquer that have Vrihanala for his charioteer? Thus addressed, King Matisia became angry and said unto Pandu's son, Thou wretch of a Brahmana, dost thou compare one of the neuter sex with my son? Hast thou no knowledge of what is proper and what improper for one to say? Without doubt, thou disregardest me. Why should not my son vanquish all those with Bhishma and Drona as their leaders? For friendship only, I pardon thee this thy offence. Thou must not, however, say so again if thou wishest to live. Yudhishthira said, There were Bhishma and Drona's son, and the son of Vikartana, and Kripa, and King Duryodhana, and other royal and mighty warriors are assembled. Or there where Indra himself is surrounded by the Maruts. What other person than Vrihanala can fight, encountering them all? None have been, none will be, his equal in strength of arms. It is Vrihanala on whose heart is filled with joy at sight of a terrible conflict. It is he who had vanquished the Celestials and the Asuras and human beings fighting together. With such a one for his ally, why should not thy son conquer the foe? Virata said, Repeatedly forbidden by me, thou dost not yet restrain thy tongue. If there is none to punish, no one would practice virtue. Saying this, the king, inflamed with anger, forcibly struck Yudhishthira in the face with a dice, and reproached him angrily, saying, Let it not occur again. And having been violently struck, blood began to flow from his nose. The son of Pritha held it in his hands before it fell on the ground. And the virtuous Yudhishthira then glanced at Draupadi, who was standing by his side, ever obedient to the wishes of her lord. The faultless Draupadi, understanding his meaning, and bringing a golden vessel filled with water, saved the blood that flowed from his nose. Meanwhile, Uttara, entertained with sweet perfumes of the best kinds and decked with floral chaplets, slowly entered the city, received with respect by the citizens, the women, and the people of the provinces. And approaching the gate of the palace, he sent the news of his arrival to his father, and the porter, then approaching the king, said, Thy son Uttara waiteth at the gate with Vrihanala as his companion. And the Matsya king, with a cheerful heart, said unto him, Do thou usher both, as I am very anxious to see them. Then Yudhishthira, the king of the Kurus, gently whispered unto the ears of the warder, Let Uttara enter alone. Vrihanala must not come in. Such is the vow of that hero of mighty arms, that whoever causeth a wound on my person or sheddeth my blood, except impotently, shall not live. Inflamed with rage, he will never bear patiently to see me bleeding. Will slay Virata even now with his counsellors and troops and steeds. Then Bihumingaya, the eldest son of the king, entered, and having worshipped the feet of his father, approached Kanka. And he beheld Kanka covered with blood, and seated on the ground at one end of the court, and waited upon by the Saihindhi. And seeing this, Uttara asked his father in a hurry, saying, By whom hath this one been struck? By whom hath this sinful act been perpetrated? Virata said, This crooked Brahmana hath been struck by me. he deserveth even more than this. When I was praising thee, he praised that person of the third sex. Uttara said, Thou hast committed an improper act, do thou speedily propitiate him, that the virulent poison of a Brahmana curse may not consume thee to thy roots. Having heard the words of his son, Virata, that enhancer of the limits of his kingdom, began to sue the Kunti's son, who was like unto a fire hid in ashes, for obtaining his forgiveness, and unto the king, desirous of obtaining his pardon, the Pandava replied, I have long ago forgiven it, anger I have none. Had this blood from my nostrils fallen on the ground, then without doubt thou wouldst have been destroyed with thy kingdom. I do not, however, blame thee for having struck an innocent person, for they that are powerful general act with unreasoning severity. When the bleeding had stopped, Vrihanala entered, and having saluted both Virata and Kanka, he stood silent, and the king, having appeared, said, the chief of the Kurus began to praise in Savyasaki's hearing Uttara, who had returned from the battle. And the king said, Enhancer of the joys of Kekaya's prince, in thee have I truly a son. I never had, nor shall have, a son that is equal to thee. How, in thee, couldst thou encounter that carne, who leaveth not a single mark unhit amongst even 1,000, that he may aim at all at once? How couldst thou encounter that vitima, who hath no equal in the whole world of men? How couldst thou encounter Drona, that foremost of all elders of weapons, that preceptor of the Vrishnis and Kauravas, twice born on, who may be regarded as the preceptor of all the Kshatriyas? How couldst thou meet in Paitali the celebrated Asvatihaman? How couldst thou encounter that Duryodhana, the prince who is capable of piercing even a mountain with his mighty arrows? My foes have all been crushed. A delicious breeze seems to blow around me. In size thou hast recovered in Paitali the whole of my wealth that had been seized by the Kurus. It seems that all those mighty warriors were struck with panic. Without doubt, thou hast halted the foe and snatched away from them my wealth of kind, like his prey from a tiger. Uttara said, The kind have not been recovered by me, nor have the foe been vanquished by me. All that have been accomplished by the son of a deity, capable of striking like a thunderbolt, that youth of celestial origin, beholding me running away in fear, stopped me and himself mounted on my car. It was by him that the kind have been recovered and the Kauravas vanquished. The deed is that hero and not mine. It was he that repulsed with arrows Kripa and Drona's son of powerful energy, and the Suta's son and Bhisma. That mighty hero then spoke unto the affrighted Prince Duryodhana, who was running away like the leader of a herd of elephants, these words: I do not see that thou art safe by any means even at Hastinapura. Protect thy life by putting forth thy might. Thou shalt not escape me by flight. Therefore make up thy mind for fight. If victorious, the sovereignty of the earth will be thine, or if slain, heaven itself will be thine. Thus addressed King Duryodhana, that tiger among men, surrounded by his counsellors, sitting on his car like a snake, turned back, showered arrows ended with the speed and force of thunderbolts. Beholding all this, venerable sire, my tigers began to quake. Then that celestial youth pierced with his arrows the Kuru arm consisting of leonine warriors, and having pierced and afflicted that crowd of cars, that youth stout as the lion, loghead at them, and robbed them of their clothes and attires. The 6 great car warriors of the Kurus were vanquished by that hero alone, even like herds of animals hanging in the forest by a single tiger in Hage. Virata said, "Where is that mighty-armed and famous youth of celestial origin? That hero who recovered immediately my wealth that had been seized by the Kurus? I am anxious to behold and worship that mighty warrior of celestial origin, who have saved thee and my kind." Uttara replied, "That mighty son of a deity disappeared there and then. I think, however, that he will show himself either tomorrow or the day after." Virata, that owner of a large arm, remained ignorant of the son of Pandu, who was thus described unto him by Uttara, and who was living in the palace in disguise, and permitted by the high-souled Virata, Partha presented with his own hands the garments he had brought unto Virata daughter, and the beautiful Uttara, obtaining those new and costly clothes of the best kinds, became highly glad, along with the son of the Matsya king,